Hey, good morning. I think all of our applicants and members of the public are here. Candace, are we started and good to go?
We're started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Kim, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for coming or joining us online. We are reconvening our meeting from March 10th of the Charlotte Historic District Commission. Today is March 26th, and the time is 10:11. I am Kim Parati, chairperson, and also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, Jill Walker, Damon Rumsch, and Phil Goodwin, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Michelle Bonaparte, Jessica Hinman, Chris Murin, Krista Lineberger, and PJ Henningsen. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanic, Candace Leidy, Thomas Powers, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. Now, because we are reconvening, I'll just hit on some points that you should remember. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. And also, when you join us, please make sure that your phone is on mute. Make sure that you're in a quiet area. Make sure that you silence all your electronic devices. If you want to speak, please use the raise your hand tool. And please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. So why don't we kick it off by doing the affirmation. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Okay. So please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand, so speak loudly and clearly, state your name, your address, and then you can move on with your comments, okay? We are going to be hearing case number, is it 13 first? And then we'll catch up with the order and continue on as is indicated on the agenda. Okay? So 554 West Kingston Avenue.
Nick Megan, are you with us? Nick?
Can you?
Oh, can you talk louder?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. And you were
Hello.
sworn in, correct?
I'm not sure if I was sworn in. I'm just getting used to this system here.
Did you raise your right hand and do the affirmation that we just held?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then you're sworn in.
Wonderful.
Okay. Commission, this is an existing structure. It's a one-story American small house. It has lot constraints and it is located on the corner. Nick came and spoke with us about a year or two ago, probably 2 years ago, actually, with COVID, about the possibility of adding an addition to the front of the house because he didn't want to go up and he has no room to go back. So with that, Nick, I'm going to turn the mic over to you and let you present to the commission and just tell me when you want to move forward on the slides.
Okay, bear with me on this. This is my first time presenting by myself. So like was just said, this is a small American home. I put a small addition off the back of the home about a year ago. My family has just increased by one. And so we are looking to add another bedroom and expand the living room and the front porch off the front of the house. So that's the gist of it. We have some drawings that can be pulled up that were provided by the same guy who did the previous drawings. So that's the new heated square feet that we want to add, the new front porch. I believe we're within our setbacks from the front of the house the front of the street to the front of the house. And I am on a very constricted lot here. There's not much room for me really to go anywhere. So this would be most likely the final thing that we do to this house, just to give us a little bit more room for the family.
Do you want to mention anything about the materials you're going to use?
So yeah, and we are matching brick. I think we'd like to maybe reuse the existing front window that is there. The guy who did my drawings put in the windows that we feel would work with the American small home. There's pictures of some other houses in the neighborhood that are similar that were provided. And yeah, I think we're within the guidelines here as far as roof pitch and all that stuff. So I hope we checked off all the boxes that we needed to check off, but it's a pretty small addition, pretty straightforward. And I'm ready for some feedback.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
I have a couple of unknown callers.
Okay.
Candace, will you open the line for the unknown callers?
Ready, Christy.
Okay. Callers, is anyone here to speak to 554 West Kingston?
Okay,
Okay.
I'll take that as a no. Okay, so commissioners, questions of Nicholas? Damon?
I can't hear anything.
We're working on it.
That helped. This is my first, at least back in session. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I went by your house or the house and looked at the front setbacks yesterday. What I noticed was that the new setback that you're going to have if you add your porch is going to be about 6 feet in front of the house to your left and 17 feet 4 inches in front of the house to your right. And so when you look down the street, and I took some pictures, but unfortunately I have not been able to, but I think what's on the screen now kind of shows the streetscape. And right now your house is in line with the front of the other houses. But by putting this front addition and then that porch on top of it, it really disrupts that rhythm of the front yards. So would you address, I mean, I understand that you can't go back because of the shape of the lot, but that's really a difficulty, I think, according to our guidelines. Would you just respond to that?
So I believe, the setback that shows, I just drew that in and guessed on the setback, but according to the guy that did my drawings, we are at the 20 feet from the where the setback needs to be. I believe it's 20 feet that you need. So you can see the house to the left is roughly 22. And again, if I could go back, I would be happy to go back. But unfortunately, I'm on such a restricted lot that really the only option I have is to go forward. Again, we're keeping it as, we're trying to stay within the guidelines of the historic district as much as possible. But you can see there's a bunch of houses on the street that are 22 feet from the front. So we are, like I said, doing our best to stay within the guidelines.
Okay, well, thank you. I think so the house to your right is 33.6 feet back, and your new is 16.18 feet?
That's a guess. That's using the tool that you guys had suggested, but it's not an accurate tool.
Okay.
That could be off.
All right.
That could be off by 5 feet. It could be off by 6, 7 feet. you'd have to get a survey of each property along the street to really know exactly where they sit.
All right, so when I visited the property, when I looked down the street from mid-block toward the corner there, your house was right in line with the rest of the houses as they sit now. So whatever you add to the front of that house is going to project past the front yard setbacks of the other houses on either side of you. And I just wanted to make that point.
So my only point is that most of these houses are still very small, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom homes along the street. All of them have the room to come forward. So if these ever get renovated, they could easily be moved forward to match my house down the road. It seems like all of these houses are eventually going to be remodeled and redone. Could they have the room to go back, but they could also have the room to go forward.
Well, and that's the kind of creep that we're trying to discourage from the already historic established setbacks and building sizes and stuff. So, but anyway, thank you for answering my questions.
Would you like me to pull up a Google Street View map? Would that help?
Maybe see it that way. I tried to send it to you, Christy, and it wouldn't go through.
While Christy pulls up that image, do we have any other commissioners who have questions for Nick? Bill?
Christy, I heard you say that going up was not an option. Is that adding a second floor? Is that not an option for this?
Per our guidelines, going up is not really the recommended option on these small houses. Maybe a half story has been done in the past, but the street has a very uniform architecture to it, with all the small houses being very similar. And so he said, instead of going up, which I have told him as staff would probably not be looked at favorably by the commission, that this was his try at an alternative, given the lot size, the pie-shaped location, the location on a curve, and how it had some different characteristics to the specific lot than the rest of the houses on the street.
Nick, I have a question. You know, we say that we want to make the addition compatible with the old home, but also it needs to look different. It needs to look like an addition. It needs to look like it was not part of the original structure of the house. And can you tell me how your plan for your house, your addition does that?
So I was actually under the impression that you wanted the house to remain looking like an American small home. So we're simply.
Yeah, no, that's true, but it just has to look like, we have to be able to discern the difference between the original house and the addition.
Then I guess I would need some feedback on how to do that, because I mean, I could use a different material on the new addition going forward. I don't think that would look appropriate. I mean, you guys want me to match materials with matching brick like we did off the back of the home.
That's one way in which people have been able to do it, and we can't design it for you, but you know, it does have to look like it was an addition. And another question I have, just looking at, I believe, the left elevation, you have a transom window up front. Sorry, I'm lost. Is that the right elevation? I can't see it. Does that say left or right? That elevation, usually we see a more substantial window in that position. Is that something that you could change or would be willing to change? Or I think there's a bedroom there.
Yeah, that would be the new bedroom on the front of the house. Where the transom window is the back is our current bedroom, and we made that window so that a bed could fit under it without blocking the other window. We wanted to do the same thing in the front of the house in that bedroom, because if you put a window there, the only place to put a bed is up against that wall, basically. So with that transom window, it just looks far better in the home. And the houses next door, I mean, the house directly next door to the right is nothing but transom windows. I mean, the whole house is transom windows, and that's a very similar house to mine. So.
Is
I
that
feel
one
like-
historic, Nick?
Is that
Yes,
what?
Okay. Christy just answered the question for me.
He asked if it was historic, and the answer is yes. And
Yeah. And
Nick,
we're matching with the house directly next to us that is historic, that has transom windows around the entire.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
this
you.
this was a change approved by the commission previously.
I wondered
Yes.
about that.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay, all right, thanks, Nick.
Yep.
Any other commissioners have questions before we close for deliberation? Going once, going twice. All right, let's close. Okay, commissioners, what are your thoughts? Just to follow up on what Damon said, I'm having a real challenge with the house, the addition on the front. And, you know, our guidelines for additions say that it should be minimally visible from the street. It should also be attached in a way so that if it's removed, the integrity of the historic house remains. Yeah, so it should be compatible, the addition should be compatible, which it is, but we should also see that it's an addition. It shouldn't just blend into the historic house. So those are some of the challenges that I see as far as this addition goes. And I understand that Nicholas his hands are tied due to the constraints on the lot, but I don't know if that's enough for us to go against. It changes the the character of the house, I believe. So any other thoughts?
Thank you.
We can't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Hey, Joe.
Hey, so this slide here is the one that disturbs me more than anything else because of the difference between the front of that house now and the remaining street. It's so significant. It's not, you know, I think the guidelines say you can do no more than 10% of moving in front of the setback of any of the houses on either side of you or in the area. And that's so much more than that, that it just really stands out in a way that the rhythm of the street is kind of compromised.
And Nick says that that's not an accurate drawing. And if that's the case, I think we would need an accurate drawing.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? I know Damon's trying to pull up pictures, I think.
I think I've got them. Give me about 2 more minutes.
Okay, absolutely. PJ,
Yeah, so, all right, I mean, just a comment, right? If, I agree that the addition needs to be separate and read like an addition from the original main house. Commissioners, my question is, if we had more information on what the actual setbacks are, and the applicant could show that it is within 10%, I mean, porches are considered additions. I mean, we're putting porches. I know a porch is different than a bedroom, right? I'm just thinking out loud, right? Obviously, I don't think we have enough information here today to make a decision. But I think when we close, we just need to give the applicant concrete direction. If the addition was within 10%, would we allow a bedroom addition on the front?
yeah, and PJ, I think, you know, if we're taking into account the specialness of the lot itself being so different than the adjacent lots, and Nicholas not having really any place to go back, I think that if we added that to the motion, that we would be covered there. Jessica?
Setback is the driving guideline for me in this application too, as well as the concept of the federal guideline and the narrative of the house not being changed, which Kim, you really touched on, I think. But the thing I'd like to point out with reference to the slide that we're looking at, which is slide 95, which is the setback exhibit, and I know that there's a very large margin of error when using the Polaris system to take measurements. But the thing I'd like to point out is that the 22-foot measurements that we are looking at are to an open porch. They are not to the thermal wall of the house. And that is experientially really different from the street. And if you're going up and down Google Street View, we're talking about putting an enclosed mass on the front of this house at that 20-foot mark. And that's really apples and oranges from a comparison purpose.
Thank you for that, Jessica. Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
echo what Jessica just said, and I think what Damon has said too about the physical presence of what this does to the corner. I just want to say though that to me, slide 95 doesn't make any sense. There's footprints that have beveled edges that are clearly not in the street view. There are front porches that come out that aren't even showed, like it's 50-50 if they're even showing stuff that's actually on that street. So for me, slide 95 doesn't add anything to anybody's conversation. I mean, I think the fact that it's displayed at 16 feet when the setback's 20, well, we already know that's not possible. But I do agree with Jessica about what the front of the building would look like if it's coming out. I forget what exactly was on the drawings, but 13.9 from the front. But if there's step backs, I mean, you know, what we've kind of seen with some of the other houses that we've done and allowed, where, you know, the new addition steps back at least a foot, I would say in this condition, if not more, from the original facade, so it's not coplanar, I think would be necessary, because I don't believe that brick will be matched. As close you can go to the field, you can get the brick, but when it ends up on the wall, it's not going to be, you know, the same kind of run from whenever this house was built. So I understand the best intentions, but just it's a fact with masonry that there's a lot of external conditions and weather that makes these bricks the colors that they are when they're cured. And so something like that is very hard to do. 70 years later.
It's very helpful. Thank you, Chris. It sounds like we are moving in the same direction, but I want Damon to be able to jump in here and share the information he found.
So first of all, I think we figured out how to get these to Christy, so you should be getting them in a few minutes. So our on 6.16, this specifically talks about setback in relationship to setback of immediate surroundings. That addition is just so intrusive to the rhythm that's on that street that whether the addition to the small house seems to be a nice way to do it, but the setback is just, I don't think we should postpone. I don't think there's any reason to continue this. I think this is really blatant. This is just shouldn't, I don't think this should be.
Well, Damon, that sounds like a motion.
Okay.
Glad to have you back in the room.
Christy, did you, nothing?
Have not received it. Glad to go back to the Google Street View if you think that would help.
Okay, what I did was I stood on the side, mid-block and shot along the front of the houses. Yeah, you can see it that way too.
Okay.
But every one of those houses are just a straight line of a real strong rhythm of setback along there. And if you come forward with a building, an addition on the front of the house, even though I think the addition is very respectful to the small house itself, that architecture. So anyway, having said that, I would like to move to deny this application because of the way it does not respect the rhythm of the setbacks along the street, and this is for new construction setbacks, 6.16, the first note. And I could, if anybody has any other setback.
I think that's perfect, Damon. So do we have a second to Damon's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Jill Walker. Any discussion of the motion? PJ?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Chris Murin?
Yeah, I don't want to be a dead horse on this, but I just want to make sure we're not getting into, I don't know, this conversation about setback. I mean, I'm reading about what's on 6 point, what do you say, Damon, 16? You know, set your bat to 6.2, and it says setback is the distance between defining setback is the distance between the building wall and the property line of the right-of-way boundary at the front of the lot. So unfortunately, for the applicant, this is on a corner lot. And what I don't believe the information that was given to us is factual, unfortunately. Slide 95, to go back to that. But in any event that is the one on the left being 22 feet, like if that is factual and is, what's the other one, 33? Is that the other neighbor?
Yeah.
So, and then we have 22 right next to it. So unfortunately, or is that 27? Next to the 33. So we got 22, the applicant, 33, 27, 25, 22.
But Chris, if you visit that block and look down the street, and that's why it's really frustrating, I can't get you these pictures.
Well, no, I understand what you're seeing, Damon, because, you know, if I'm standing at the W on this, on slide 95 and looking down, that's a view cone straight to the house.
Right.
Because 22, 25, 27, 33, every house steps back more than the neighbor. But I'm just saying the fact that we're looking at the proximity and the other neighbor is at 22. I agree with you. And I definitely see what you're like. I understand and plan what you're seeing, but for the guidelines saying, you know, to the right of way of the property, well, right next, his other side is a 22.5. If that's factually correct. And if we're getting within 10% of that, he can't be 16. Like that is incorrect on this. So I'm operating under the idea that there's a setback to that property line that is at least 20 feet because that's his front yard.
One of my pictures was a picture standing at the 23 setback, the one to the right of the house, and showing it in relationship to the one to the left of the house, which is what you're referring to.
Right.
And those line up visually also. So, I mean, it will stack out like a peninsula on that setback. And I'm not sure.
Well, I agree with
know
you.
our guy.
But the road goes both ways.
Well,
so
let me get
if
in
you're
here,
coming
guys.
from the left.
Let me get in here. It sounds like you agree with the motion, Chris Murin?
Yeah,
Do you
but
agree?
I think,
Okay.
well, but I do not agree in the respect that we are looking at, you know, Kingston is a two-way street. So we have a building that has two buildings on each side. And so therefore the 22.5, like I agree with what is Damon saying, or excuse me, what Damon is talking about, but coming from the other way, that we could have the complete opposite conversation. So that's where because I see where the setbacks here clearly, even if this is incorrect on the property, are showing a pattern and a view cone from if you were standing on the West Kingston Avenue text on slide 95, looking down that aisle. But if you're coming from the other way, I mean, the building's out there, like it's 22.25, and it looks like visually on Google Earth that's not as incorrect as the 16 whatever on the applicant site. So I understand where Damon's coming from. I just think that there are two sides to this. And the unfortunate part is that this is cited on this corner lot, that this is a, you know, it is a much straightforward, and I would be on board in that regard if this was in the middle of the street, but it's not. It's on a bend and all of that. So looking at the text, I don't see how it's a full deny, but I could be, you know, the one vote against in that. So that's where I don't want to hold it up if that's that. I just wanted to mention actual 6.2 and what that's stating in our guidelines.
Thank you for mentioning that, Chris. And I would just say that if we have new information from the commissioners, that will be welcome, but this seems pretty simple and clear, and we have a lot of work to do today. So if you still have something that you want to add that we have not heard that will somehow affect the conversation, please share it. Jessica?
Yeah, in an effort to be helpful, I just want to reiterate my previous point that the setback guideline 6.2 refers to the wall of the building and not the face of the porch. And so the house to the left that is showing 22.25 has an 8-foot porch on it. So the setback is actually 30 there. And if we went, and it's new construction, it's not a historic property, right? The houses along to the right here on Kingston Avenue, and again, I'm referencing slide 95, are all historic houses, but if you subtract out the porches, we're at 30 feet for them. And so this conversation is independent of the fact that we typically do consider exceptions for extreme lot conditions in an effort to preserve the historic structures, but the setback that's driving this motion is what's called a block setback or a relative setback of 30 feet along the street, not 22.
Thank you, Jessica. That was very helpful. Okay, so any other discussion of the motion, new information that any commissioner wants to present? All right, let's vote. Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Bill Goodwin,
Yes.
Damon Rumsch,
Yes?
Jill Walker, Nichelle Bonaparte. Okay, Jessica Hinman,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Krista Lineberger,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next one. Now we're on track.
We are at 729 Mount Vernon. And I believe the applicants are here, Harry and Will. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Parati, this is Jessica Hyman. I'm required to recuse from this.
Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. Let the record show that Commissioner Hinman and Commissioner Bonaparte are not a part of this case.
Thank you. The application was continued from the January 27th special called meeting. For the items outlined in your memo for further study of the project scale, height, width, rhythm, massing, and fenestration as it corresponds to the adjacent historic homes and property on the block and within a 360-degree radius per guideline 6.2 and 6.3. Provide an exhibit that shows the spacing and setbacks, review design features, provide a site plan for trees, provide material data specifications, and the overall guidelines referencing spacing, rhythm, and massing as it responds to the context of the street will also need to be reviewed. So per staff's review, there were not a lot of changes made to the project. The applicant did provide a site plan and also provided the requested exhibit with the spacing and setbacks. So at this point, I am going to turn this over to the applicants. And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may get started.
Good morning, this is Harry Schrader. What address are you looking for, the project address?
Your address, your name and your address, please. It may be the address of your business.
Sure. My name is Harry Schrader, owner of Schrader Design, an architectural firm at 1310 South Tryon Street in Charlotte. And on the call with me is one of my staff, project architect, Will Philmont.
Will, if you would just state your name and address, please, for the court reporter.
Yeah, Will Philman, and address is 109 West Catherine Street, apartment 401, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you. Where would you like to get started? We are showing the map currently.
Sure. I think if I could take just a second to give an overview, or first of all, let me say I hope everyone is well and getting through this pandemic as best we can. The project has been deferred twice in the last 3 meetings, and so our opportunity to develop momentum on this project has been difficult. And as per our last presentation, we tried to address what I thought were the missing pieces of the presentation request. I do recognize that architectural changes have not been made because nothing specifically was given to us to address architecturally. There were some comments after presentation was closed, but nothing that I felt gave me a definitive direction on how to address potential concerns. So what I'm hoping for is that we put a check in the boxes of the items that needed to be talked about up front, and that we leave this meeting with some pretty clear directive of how to get this moving forward. So thank you very much. I think the first exhibit, Will, was to make sure that everyone understood the streetscape rhythm. Was that the additional document we needed to provide?
Yes, and that's page SP 1.2. Yeah, that page there.
Slide 17 for the court reporter. Thank you. Applicants, is there anything you'd like to add about the slide or describe to the commission?
I think the intent of this additional information was to provide dimensional clarification for the commission with regard to relative distances from side yard setbacks, from front yard setbacks, not dissimilar from the last applicant. The discussion of streetscape is obviously critical, and we feel that we have absolutely maintained our 10% variance of the footprint, and that the scale of this structure is consistent with the streetscape as well as historical precedent. So I think that document, if I remember specifically, was asked so that we had not a guess, but actual accurate dimensions for you guys to assess that.
Yeah, and it may also be worth just mentioning too, in responding to the streetscape, as far as like placement of the house with front and side yard setbacks, also noting the height and width of neighboring historic structures and identifying which ones are either wider or taller than the proposed residence.
All right, guys, Harry and Will, is that it? Is that all you want to present today or right now?
Well, certainly not. What I want to make sure of is that we have is that we address and, or without being long-winded, establish the dialogue of our discussion today. This is obviously a new house. It goes without saying that I've spent 25 years trying to design architecture that is adding to the rich culture of the community, not degrading it. I've served on many boards over the years and have, the utmost respect for the responsibilities that you have as a board. What I left our last meeting with was a series of comments that were closed comments, so I had no way of addressing it until now. So I'd like to make sure if we have specific issues, like, hey, I think that window needs to be addressed, then for the following reasons, then I leave this meeting with clear directives. I will say there was one comment that sort of, as it relates to all the steps we've taken to make this piece of architecture cohesive and specifically address the doctrine of the commission, meaning, proportion, porch reference, materiality. We really have worked hard for this not to be an architectural style that conflicts with the streetscape. But I was taken a little aback by a comment that was made where we felt, or the board felt, that the house adjacent, which we also designed, would not be considered a favorable addition to the community after all. And I spent a decade being complimented for that piece of architecture. And to hear a comment that we don't need to have history repeat itself made me a little taken aback that we're not on the same page with how we address infill with new architecture. I am all for protecting what we have. Couldn't be more on the side of protecting the historical integrity of this district. But when we're given a new lot, we have a choice to either duplicate the past or progressively and respectfully add to it. And so I'd like to make sure that that's considered and that is discussed as we get into the pieces and parts of this architecture. So I hope I wasn't long-winded, but it's been 2 months of deferment, and I just want to be able to responsibly handle this commission with a client who has now sold their house and is eager to move forward on this third house on the same street.
Thank you for that, Harry. I think that you have partners in us in the fact that we want to preserve the character of the streetscape. And so we'll be going back and forth during discussions. But first, Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
Yes, we have a number of people who wish to speak on this application. Kevin Davis, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, Kevin, welcome. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may share your remarks.
Just before we get started, I just want to make sure that all the people who are on the line who want to speak for or against this application have been sworn in. So I'm going to do it one more time, okay? If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Hopefully you responded, yes. I do. Thank you. Please make sure that you're keeping your comments directed to HDC guidelines. Thank you. Ken?
Kevin, you feel free to talk about.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
and I have your pictures shown online.
Okay. Thank you. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to the commission. And I will say this is, I live at 701 Mount Vernon Avenue, which is one of the historic properties on the street, one of the few remaining ones, apparently. And I've learned a great deal in this process over the last few months of watching what the commission does and walking the streets of Dilworth and seeing the effect of the maintenance of a historic district and what's been accomplished on adjacent like Berkeley and, Linganore and Belgrave. And it's just been really amazing to be part of this process over the years and see what's been accomplished. I think, though, I have developed some very big concerns about what's happening on Mount Vernon Avenue, which is where I live, specifically in the last 10 years or so. And it's been a concern that I've had, particularly in the houses adjacent to mine, that there is a building more toward the curb and greater size in proportion to the lots, which makes me concerned about the environment. It makes me concerned about the streetscape and being able to look down the street and now see houses that keep coming out further to the curb and porches that add to the to the actual substantial foundation of the house and take the house out much farther. And so it's significantly, I think, and the modernization of the trend toward a very different character for what I perceive as the whole Dilworth character. And, you know, as long as I've lived in this neighborhood, there's been great diversity and creativity and artistic design. And, you know, I've even looked at a couple of houses that have been built under the new guidelines, and they're phenomenal. You know, they are different, but they are to the scale of that particular piece of property. And most of these lots are tiny. And what I'm afraid of is that they're becoming completely covered with buildings, and that they are out of sync, and some of them to more of an extreme nature. I am hoping that we can work together to maintain the character and the roots of this neighborhood, and still keep an appreciation of diversity and creativity. I am a little worried that it's gone too far, and can we rein it back in? And I think, you know, my end of the street here and the other end of the street and the historic properties that they are, can they become the comparison rather than keeping going 10% out further and 10% out farther until we look like Myers Park or Willow Oak Drive? You know, being here a long time, I really am grateful for what we have here. And we are a historic district. So yes, it may be a nod to the past, but it's a pretty rich past. And I sincerely hope that we can, and I think we can. I mean, when I look at what's been constructed in the last couple of years under the new guidelines, it looks like it's possible. I will say I personally have had an experience under the new guidelines of going to the commission and being turned down wholeheartedly for an application, so I know what it's like. Mine was wanting a bigger window. So I really have an appreciation of what the efforts are, how much goes into considering each application. And, you know, we don't like being told no, but I really hope that we can consider this new bill very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Christy, anyone else?
Yes, we do. And my apologies, I need to pull up the agenda supplement.
Okay.
It did not get integrated in the PowerPoint that I have on the screen, so it is online on our agendas. And I believe, Sarah Kerm, are you with us?
Sarah Kerm?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Sarah. Yes, if you would state your name and your address, I have your letter that you submitted to the commission on the screen. And if there's anything you'd like to add or share with the commission, we'd welcome that.
No, not necessarily. I guess I just wanted to make sure I didn't see any changes from one meeting to another. And so I felt like that the stuff that the staff had analyzed didn't really get addressed. And then I do feel that the house that was the house used as the reference point was built in a time when the guidelines were not crystal clear. And since they have been really laid out, I have a hard time with using that house as a reference point, and would hope that going forward, people can really reference the historic houses out there. And I do, and to Kevin's point, I do think that there have been some good examples, you know, and there are ways to be creative. So I think it is going to be a challenge just going forward for the commission, because this won't be the first rodeo, and hopefully we can all get to a place where, you know, people can find find some middle ground, because I do think if you open the barn door with something, that we just have to be really careful, because going forward, I think there are going to be other things put out there, and it is a precedent-setting thing. So that's my thought. Love the neighborhood, and hopefully, just know that it's not about the people, it's about the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Our next speaker's Susie Jernigan. Susie, are you with us?
Susie Jernigan.
We can ask again. Susie has provided a detailed letter. It is on the screen. There are 2 slides. And we will come back and see if Susie wants to join us a little bit later.
I'm here. Can you
Oh,
hear
you're
me?
here. Hi, Susie. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Susie, just tell us your name and your address, and then you can share any comments.
My name is Susan Jernigan. I live at 919 Mount Vernon Avenue. I'm a long-term resident of the street and live in one of the historic homes. I spoke to 3 points in my letter. The setback is very important to me for the rhythm of the street. And I don't think that rhythm continues with the proposal. I also spoke to the mass. Most of these lots are 75 feet wide. And there's a lot of house and a lot of mass, and it sticks out too far. I don't really have the technical information to question how that mass affects pervious and impervious surfaces, but it is a potential concern, so I wanted to voice it. It's been interesting to me to listen to the discussion about within 10% of the setback of adjoining properties. I make no pretense of being up to date on all the rules and regulations now, but back in the 80s, I did serve on both the Planning Commission and the Historic District Commission, and I know how we looked at things then. Nobody is ever going to ask to step back away from the street. They don't have to ask to do that. So if you ask to step forward 10%, it would only take, if you start with a 35-foot setback, it would take 5 applications and you'd be out to 20 feet. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think visually, you have to look at the rhythm and you have to make exceptions for exceptional circumstances. This doesn't seem like an exceptional circumstance to me. This is strictly about the building. It has nothing to do with the people making the application. I'm just concerned about the streetscape of Mount Vernon Avenue.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Julie, are you with us? I wasn't sure if you wanted to speak or not. Your letter is included. It sounds like someone's trying to talk.
If you're trying to talk, you're muted. Do we have Julie?
Julie Broders?
Christy, this is Candace. I've unmuted Julie. However, I'm not sure if she's one of the unknown callers at this time. It doesn't seem like she is, since her name is present, but it's possible.
Okay. Well, we will maybe come back to Julie. We're going to move on to Christy Flowers. Christy, are you with us?
Christy Flowers. I live at 915 Mount Vernon. Also have been on the street for quite a while in one of the historic homes. I really don't have anything else to add at this point. I think our concerns have been voiced, and I really do appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much, Christy.
And
Okay.
okay.
Do we have
And
any?
then if we don't have Julie, we're going to go to Peter. Peter, are you with us, Peter Fulton?
Yes, I am.
Hi, welcome. If you would
Hi.
just state your name and address for the court reporter, and then you may make your statement.
Peter Fulton. I'm on I'm on Romney Road, 729 Romney Road, 719 actually. So I'm a 30-year Dilworth resident, and 14 of those years I was on Mount Vernon. I've had 3 homes in Dilworth. All have been renovated, or recently, a couple of years ago, we actually did a new home build. So we've worked with the Historic Commission to really preserve the character of the neighborhood and stay within rhythm of the neighborhood. And we have gotten some no's, and we have had to go back. I'm concerned as a resident because I absolutely love this neighborhood. There's really not many like it, that we're continuing to push the yellow lines and to use, in my opinion, to use 723 as a guideline. There's no doubt that it's a beautiful home. I'm sure there's some great architectural designs in that home, and I appreciate that, but it is somewhat of an albatross on the street. And to use that, we'll continue to push the lines to where we will become, I think someone mentioned it before, somewhat of a Myers Park, or just continue to get outside of the guidelines of the Historic Commission. I'm really concerned with the setbacks, particularly that the room that comes outside the porch. I'm not sure that the one that sticks out from even in front of the porch. And I'm also concerned that the house next to it, to use that as an example, if you look at that house today, I think it's all impervious. I think everything's been built, the whole backyard's been built on, and I'm really concerned that that will start to happen with this house as well. And at some point, it needs to sort of get tapped back, or else we'll continue to move in the direction that I don't think the Historic Commission or the neighbors want it to go. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thanks, Peter.
And our last speaker, I believe, is Michelle. Michelle, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so Michelle Amoroso, 708 Mount Vernon. I did write down a few things because I've spent a lot of time with this application. So I appreciate you giving me a few minutes. I also have this couple of exhibits to share. So it's not easy for me and others here to challenge a neighbor, but it's important enough for us to be here. And I live just a few houses away on the opposite side of the street from the subject property. And I don't work in the housing industry, but I did do a major renovation on my historic home and educated myself on the guidelines. I submitted the letter for the January meeting requesting additional study of the project. And although there was more data added to this March resubmittal, there's little to no additional support for the major design elements relating to the historic structure. It's my opinion that the project is not compatible with the new construction guidelines in several areas. Speak to the guidelines. Here are just 3. First, the setback is a major concern. Although the 30-foot required zoning is met, there's a clear violation of the established setback for the historic street. The front wall of the master bedroom and the roof of the porch courtyard all extend more than 8 feet closer to the sidewalk than any other house on that street section. The big roof of the freestanding porch extends across the front over the driveway right up to the neighbor's property line. Next, the spacing is smaller because of the large building footprint on a small lot. The exhibit, I think on Christie's slide 17, is a little bit misleading because the measurements are not from the most exterior walls. The overhanging front porch extends just 2 feet from the next property line, further minimizing the space between properties. Last, and probably most important, the context is not consistent with the historic homes on the street. The form of the proposed building is more complicated. It has many roof lines, nooks and crannies, ins and outs, and even an angled wall in front. And there's little to no precedence for these features in the nearby historic structures. The slide I submitted here with the silhouetted overhead view tells the story. The Mount Vernon structures are simple forms with mostly flat walls and traditional front porches or steps. And I ask if you could please, before looking at the conformity of building materials and trees and landscape, consider the big picture of the large house and the 2-story garage structure covering the small lot. So we all know the commissioners and staff must exercise judgment when they interpret the guidelines. The more we continue to expand what is acceptable, the less recognizable Mount Vernon will be as a historic street. The best we can do at this point, post tear down, is approve a new building that honors the essence of the historic homes that are still standing on the street. And it's obvious, and was in fact acknowledged at the January meeting, that the applicant did not consider the surrounding historic homes in their design process. This won't be the last tear down on Mount Vernon, nor the nearby streets of Myrtle, Lafayette, Carlton, and beyond. And the precedence is being set today, and I believe this project should not be allowed as submitted. And before looking at the additional exhibit, I just want to say thank you. Your time and commitment are really greatly appreciated in helping preserve the character of the district. So the one thing I wanted to just mention, let's see, there are just a couple of notes on the this overhead where the applicants on the submitted overhead view, it says the square footage is not proper. I have drawn in the porch structure that shows the massing is bigger. The garage structure is not really to scale. So there's just a couple things that are difficult to look at here. And then the other photo that I wanted to share was the next, this. So this is actually the 3 in a row. So 723, and then the proposed building. And then this at 80, let's see, what is that number? 801, 809 is a very simple design. It's relatively new structure, big house, and within the guidelines. That's all I have. Thank you again.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. We have a couple of unknown colors. I don't believe they're for this application, but you never know. Candace, would you unmute everybody? And if you are a caller and you have not spoken for this application and you would like to speak, please speak now. Okay, one more time. If you've called in and you want to talk about 729 Mount Vernon, now is your last chance to speak up. Okay.
All right. So
yes.
Harry and Will, I will let you speak to the concerns of the neighbors, if you'd like.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. In a lot of cases, it's difficult to hear critique that flies in the face of what we're trying to do. And so I'll stay on point and be very respectful of the fact that it's the entire community that makes up the district, the entire community of neighbors. And so we'll do our best to appease. The first point I want to make is, and be really clear about, is we have not referenced the last house in any way, stylistically, scale, or to use it as our baseline of setback. Every single step that we've taken, every single document we've submitted, every reference has been to the guidelines of the commission. So while I'm proud of that house, while I've been complimented about the architecture of that house, while the clients recommissioned me to design another house, it's okay that people don't like it, and it's okay that people don't like the scale. It has nothing to do with what we're submitting right now. I reference it only from the standpoint that I'm the architect of it. And by the way, there's a lot of discussion about how it got through or it was under a very different set of guidelines. I can assure you that we were taken through a very deliberate process that included every single point that you bring up in terms of scale, mass, materiality, and we had to redesign key components in order to meet the expectations of that board. So what I want to just reiterate, despite those concerns, is that as the commission reviews our submittal and maybe even references the fact that this exact lot had an approved submission less than 2 years ago under the same guidelines, is to ask, have we purposefully addressed everything that's been asked and has referenced architecturally to the guidelines, not to the house to the left? You know, when you're asked about how to tastefully or carefully consider architecture, I can assure you, and I'll put my entire reputation on the fact that that's exactly what Schrader Design does, is we spend an inordinate amount of time balancing the line between architecture that is respectful and historically rooted, but that also has its own place in the streetscape of Charlotte. And historically significant structures throughout the district represent very distinct time periods of architecture, completely different stylistic cues. And that's not disputable. And it's commendable because it adds to the rich culture of architecture. But if I don't understand what the aspirations of the board are, and this is not meant to be defensive, but I didn't leave my last meeting knowing what we should be doing to change the architecture, when in fact, I think it represents its own point in history for us as an architecture firm to complement a streetscape. It's hard to argue mass and scale as a point when this house meets mass and scale requirements of the district as related to historical structures, not the one to the left. So I'll just say from there, let's talk about the particulars.
Okay. Thank you, Harry. And you know, as a commission, we're not in the business of pointing out beautiful houses, but I think it's been said time and time again how beautiful 723 is. So I don't think people are talking about that. I think that they're talking about the language and how it seems to speak another language as opposed to the other ones on the street. And that's something that we brought up. In fact, our first note said, conduct initial further study of the project scale, height, width, rhythm, massing, and foundation as it corresponds to the adjacent historic homes. That's pretty specific. So can you tell us how you did that?
Well, first of all, yeah, the submittal itself makes specific reference to components of the commission regarding scale, height, materiality. Are we taller than historic structures and shorter than historic structures? Absolutely. Are we smaller and have equal or greater side yard setbacks than some historic structures? Absolutely. Are we gesturing towards architectural form that has precedent in the porte cochere? Absolutely. Are we using materials that are referenced? Like, for example, we talked about the metal roof as a reference, and after you closed conversation last time, there was a comment like, hey, I'm not feeling like that metal roof is a good direction, but it's a specifically referenced component in the commission. So I don't know, I don't feel like I left that meeting being given direction like reconsider the front window and the mullion pattern. Someone said they weren't sure about it, but how as architects are we to not look at these key components as adding to the culture of the architecture? The last complainant referenced 809 to the right of us and how flat and simple that wall is with all those windows along a flat wall. I cannot be convinced that that house built a few years ago that has absolutely no composition of windows. It's randomly composed windows along a flat wall is a more attractive architectural solution than we're proposing with tasteful offsets. So please help us understand where the disconnects will be so that we can, accommodate. Obviously, we're not in the business of recreating a 1925 bungalow. We're not in the business of recreating a Frank Lloyd Wright prairie style, a French country. I mean, those are all very recognizable, beautiful periods of architecture. But what we're in the business of is trying to find architecture that holds its own place on this great street so that 50 years from now, people say, man, that was a really strong contribution by an architect who has committed himself to making good design decisions.
I will share one of the Secretary of Interior Standards points with you, Harry. It is number 9. It says new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. And that is one of the reasons why we brought up that we would like to see a new take on your project, considering scale, height, width, rhythm, massing, and foundation. We don't design it, but we do say we would like to take a look at something different that adheres to our standards. So that's just one way one thing to look at. I'm sure other commissioners have things that they want to say, but we have a lot of cases that we hear and see, and we give these suggestions in hopes that changes are made when they come back so that everyone's time is being used well. And I think the rub is that not much has changed. And it sounds like you need more, so maybe our commissioners can help you with that.
Right.
Commissioners, I'm sorry, Harry, go on.
I just wanted to, go ahead, Will. Chime in, Will.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that to just follow up on that not a lot has changed is because on the diagram from slide 17 that we were looking at earlier, we feel like we've identified that the scale, height, width, rhythm, and massing of the house is not exceeding any of the historic neighbors, that it's actually kind of within that. And by identifying with the blue, red, and green overlays on each historic property, we're showing projects that are taller than ours. We're showing projects that are wider than ours. So I think when we were reading the comments from the continuation letter from January saying to conduct initial further study of those characteristics, we felt that by further studying the street and seeing that the historic houses there are exceeding ours, that ours would fall within the category of being acceptable in terms of height, scale, width, rhythm, and massing.
Thanks, Will. We did say, please take a holistic approach, look at it, not an individual one, but I will kick it over to Commissioner Barth to add to the conversation.
I just wanted to give a little bit of background here. And, I realize you all are trying to, create new architecture, use your creative abilities And, I don't think anybody's here to destroy your credibility as a fantastic architect. Certainly you've designed beautiful homes. It's just that we're trying to do things in these districts to be respectful of what's existing. And, the main point for me really is setback, which thank you for providing the exhibits. Can you show or help explain how the proposed project is within 10% of the majority of the historic houses on the street?
Sure, Harry, if you don't mind, if I can just jump in and take that one. So the primary wall, thermal wall of our house is 45.5 feet back, which is pretty consistent with the majority of the historic homes. There is that one on the left-hand side, that bay that projects forward to be 32'7". And looking at historic houses along the street, 919 is 36'3", and so that's where we're kind of taking our 10% there, to say that for that one kind of point at the house, which is not the entire thermal wall of the house, it's just one kind of moment, is within 10% of one of the adjacent historic homes.
And okay, and Christy or maybe some of the other commissioners can help with this, but the way I look at setbacks, especially with how we look at it with relation to the historic homes, is we look at it as a whole. So typically what I would do is take the two closest historic homes on the site and take the average of those, and then that becomes where I would usually take my baseline for producing a setback. For the project as it's designed, I would definitely take that 32'7" dimension and not look at the primary thermal wall. I mean, there's a protrusion that exists on the current project that you have to take into account. I may be in the minority on this. I think the architecture from the streetscape does have certain qualities that bring down its scale and massing that I think are effective. There are certain elements throughout the project that I would like to see at least addressed or finessed a little bit, just so we can see how you all propose to relate this new construction back to certain aspects of materiality, roof form and that sort of thing. We're not asking you to by any means duplicate any sort of historic architecture, but be respectful of it. So, do any other commissioners have any thoughts with regard, to the setback or the things that I've mentioned?
Krista Lineberger, and then Phil will come over to you. Okay, so Krista?
Yes, that was my question too. I was going to ask the same exact question Chris just asked, which was how they arrived at the 10%, how their interpretation of that 10% range. And I heard the answer, but I want to clarify where you referenced the 30. I think you said there was another adjacent that had a 36 foot. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, 919 Mount Vernon on the far right-hand corner of the house is where we're kind of measuring from. Again, just going off of the sort of surveys that we're provided with from the district, and we're kind of estimating that as 36'3" is where we're that number.
So I just want to comment to that then. My interpretation of within 10% and within the context of adjacent structures, that's 10 houses away. That the disruption of the rhythm occurs within the 5 houses surrounding, the 2 to 3 houses on either side of this. That's where the disruption occurs. So I think that taking a cue from, taking the setback is not relevant, from a house that's that far down the street. So I guess that was my struggle. I mean, and if even more relevant are the houses that are just across the street that have 51-foot setbacks. The smallest I see is on the corner there, which is 40-foot setback, which is 718. So that's been my struggle with this project, even in the last presentation. And I felt like we were very clear as a commission that that was a concern for the majority of the commissioners. Correct me if I'm wrong, if any of the other commissioners want to chime in on this, but my recollection was that was a large concern. And I'll go ahead and make since I have the floor at the moment, I feel like the other concerns that were expressed were the existing tree that's not shown on was not shown on the site plan. And I believe that's been added to the site plan. I'm not sure if that dimension of the tree is accurate on the site plan. But the other concern that was expressed was the cantilevered portico or porch detail, the relevance of that within the context of the historic district. So I believe that we did address and had, expressed concerns about multiple elements that I don't feel were addressed properly.
Thank you so much, Krista. And I'm going to let Harry and Will respond. Commissioners, if you don't have anything new to add to the conversation, I think that, at this point, we've seen what we've seen. We can close after Harry and Will address Krista's concerns. Harry, Will?
Sure. I guess I'm as confused as when we started this conversation because I don't feel like we got any clear directive. There was conversation among the commission after my mic was shut off about, well, is there a precedent for that cantilevered porte cochere? Would that be a problem? But no one said restudy the porte cochere. I mean, I've been commissioned to design a piece of architecture, and I can promise you I would have spent the last 2 months working on it if I had any clear understanding of whether you guys could get to a point of approving it or not. The reason why that porte cochere hasn't changed, as an example, or the reason why that front window hasn't changed is if we've met the criteria of the board, and it's in a matter of the commission, but it's a matter of opinion. Like, I don't think we can approve a cantilever porte cochere. Then my question would be, why is that? Why can't we use technology to accomplish a very time-tested notion of a porte cochere? There's precedent, there's historic precedent of architecture that capitalizes on engineering to accomplish goals. So because we can do it, we shouldn't do it. And if you tell me I can't do it, then that needs to be written somewhere or told directly. But architecturally, I didn't leave that last meeting. Moreover, the comment about we told you to study broadly, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm supposed to redesign the house even though you haven't declined the first one? I'm very confused, guys.
Okay, I'm going to let Commissioner Rumsch jump in here.
Hello. Okay, so from listening to the discussion and looking at your presentation, I've got 2 comments, and I'm doing it so you can respond to it while we're still open. But your setback does not respect the existing setback in the street, and not only in exact dimensions, because we're talking about percentages, but if you look at what is part of that front yard setback, it's a 1-story building with a gable end. It's not a front porch that kind of slowly recesses or increases height as it goes back. You've brought a fairly strong element forward into that setback. And so one thing is you're not respecting the setback of the existing properties. The other thing is the forms that you're using are very complex. compared to a very simple form that's pretty consistent throughout the block and neighborhood. And so whether you can cantilever a portiere or not, I think is not really the discussion. The discussion is the complexity of the form of the building. So those are, I think, the two comments that I've heard consistently from the different commissions, and I think that's pretty clear.
Harry, Will, do you all want to respond to that? You don't have to.
No, so two directives: go back to the design and push the front wall back. To what point, I'm not sure, but to where we obviously can make direct reference to adjacent structures, historical adjacent structures, and to simplify the forms, which I'm not sure what that means, but I get it. I mean, I get it.
Harry, just question. Did you meet with staff after your meeting with us to clarify some of your points of confusion?
We have been in touch with them upon our resubmittal. We have not had a meeting with them, no.
I would say that you have a wonderful resource here, particularly because you've said so many times that you didn't understand. You didn't understand. They're here to help you understand. We're not in the business of turning people down because we like it, right? We're in the business of trying to preserve the historic nature of our neighborhoods, and you have a great resource in staff. So I hope that you'll lean on them in the future. Okay, why don't we close? And this is one of those moments, and we'll talk about it later. We gave some pretty clear points. Nothing has really changed. Do we have anything else that we need to discuss? Phil, please.
Yeah, it might be helpful to provide specific guidance for the setback. So the way that I looked at it is I took the two adjacent properties and came up with a setback of 43 feet. And so 10% of that would be 4 feet 4 inches. So stay within that setback. That meets our guidelines.
That's really specific, but I think helpful discussion. So I might not recommend that in a motion.
Christy, would you show a picture? I'm not sure how to identify it, but he shows a front virtual picture of the, yes, there it is. Okay, so
slide 15.
Normally what we would want to see is that element on the right not pulled forward into a setback that's already going further in than the rest of the houses, but that be part of the roof line that's lower, and then let it increase in height. So we're not really talking about a specific number so much as how it presents to the street as you walk across it. You don't want the building to present so tall, so close to the street. So one of the things that I think should be considered is scaling down that left element or making it go away and letting that front porch become the front of the building facing the street, especially if you're going to get closer to the street than either one of the side buildings. I think that's an important piece to think about.
I think that that's very helpful, Damon. I think, we have to decide here if we want to go through all the steps that we went through before, and, we're not supposed to help them design it, or if we want to cut their losses and let them start again. But to spend so much time on this again and again without seeing any kind of improvement, this is how we get behind in cases. And we're not respecting our community or other applicants who come behind these cases if we take so much time to go over what we've already gone over. So the applicant gives a little, we give a little, but if the applicant doesn't understand, they have Christy and her team, and they can go see them. But for us to go through and do what we did last time, only to not see any changes, I don't think is smart. So do we have anyone who feels like making a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Damon?
Okay, so let me have a little discussion before it.
Please.
I can go either but with a denial, which creates the need to make some changes to the front. Okay. So I move to deny this application for two specific reasons. One is the setback, the dimensional setback, and the architectural visual size of the building at the front of the house. Also, and that's 6.15, I think, in our guidelines. And then
It's 6.16, I believe,
6.16?
setback.
Sorry. 6.16. Yes, 6.16. And then for the massing, 6.5, number 2, forms of new construction should relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings.
Damon, may I make a suggestion? We have the sheet here, a memo of what we continued it for.
And refer to that?
Yes, please.
Okay. And also refer to staff's recommendation?
No, these were our notes to the applicant last time.
Okay. Refer to HTC notes.
And Damon, if you would like, you could say you would like to, and please, Jill, jump in if I'm wrong, incorporate the motion for continuance from last time as part of your motion for denial.
Okay.
And that's what's outlined in the memo. That is your motion or the commission's motion for the continuance. And then anything you want to add to it, you can specifically add to it.
So start with that. And then add to the.
Per Chairwoman Parati's directive.
Yeah, I
Sure.
quite frankly think that we can start and end there.
Okay.
We didn't see many changes.
I also made a mistake. Setback is 6.2.
It's all in the memo or in
Yeah.
the last.
I just wanted to correct that for the record.
So I move to deny this application because of the notes from last month's continuance. And specifically dealing with setback and massing simplification. Massing simplification.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jill Walker. Any discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Commissioner Hinman. That's right. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mehren,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 9-0. Thank you. All right, we need to move on to the next one.
Okay.
And just for time, we're at 11:43.
Okay, our next application is 1332 Lafayette. And it was also continued from the January 27th special called meeting for analyzing options for the support structure for the second story addition over the porte cochere and how it can be related to the massing. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our applicant, Jessica Hinman. Jessica, you've been sworn in.
Sure. Actually, no, I have not. Can you swear me in real quick?
Yes, absolutely. If you'll raise your right hand, Jessica, and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Jessica Hinman, 720 East Tremont Avenue. This project was a continuation from January. If you'll remember, this is a house that had several additions and renovations in the 80s and the 90s, right around the time when the district was created. And a lot of this project has been about reducing the nonconformances in the house over the course of this project. So we've removed skylights and removed, synthetic trim materials, and we've restored some of the historic trellises and things. But the massing of the project really was a project of the 80s. And one of our requests was to return to the covered portico share condition of the historic house. There are a couple of photos of the historic portico share, but there is a 1980s addition over top of that portico share. So where we had originally proposed in our application to match the porch columns and what we can see as best possible in these historic photos, the continuation was because the columns that we had proposed really were too slender to have the appearance of being proportional or coordinating or even be strong enough to support the 1980s mass above. And so we were continued to reconsider the size and proportion and relationship of those columns. So we're showing two different conditions here, along with just some backup technical material on how the columns that match the stylistic expression in the historic columns would be sized. On slide 69 here, we are showing a 10-inch diameter column at the base as compared to the existing 6-inch diameter columns at the base. And on slide 70, we're showing an 11-inch diameter column at the base. Sorry, slide 71. We were showing an 11-inch diameter column at the base. You know, the technical interpretation would be that the 11-inch diameter column is the correct size for the height of this column based on historic details and proportioning. My request today was that if this 10-inch diameter column and 11-inch diameter column feel acceptable to the commission, I would love it if we could leave it to the discretion of the contractor, because the project has been under construction for a year now and is nearly complete, and this is sort of on hold, and I don't know what kind of supply chain issues we may see, although if one column is obviously preferable to the other, that is of course fine.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy? All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? This is where we made some suggestions and changes were made. PJ?
Jessica, would you say again what you wanted to lead to the discretion of the contractor?
If both the 10-inch diameter column and the 11-inch diameter column as shown in the drawings feel acceptable, my preference is to leave it to the contractor to determine what he is able to procure based on supply chain issues. But if one is obviously not, then that's fine too.
Okay, thank you.
I want to kick it over to Commissioner Barth, because Commissioner Barth, you had some thoughts last time. What do you think now?
I think, visually, at least with regard to the mass above this certainly helps the design. With regard to the 10-inch versus 11-inch, I completely agree with Jessica's concerns, especially given ability to secure materials and that sort of thing. I don't think there's enough of a difference to make that a concern, at least from our review perspective. I would prefer the 11-inch column, just as Jessica mentioned. It does follow the proportions that we typically see for columns. So I don't know how we craft that motion to reflect that and follow up with that.
I think you crafted just the way you said it.
Okay. All right. So I have no other discussion if we'd like to close or.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. So if we don't have other commissioners who want to add to okay, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as submitted, with the one caveat that the applicant seek to secure an 11-inch column as preferred by the commission. Unless that is not possible, a 10-inch column is also acceptable.
Just out of curiosity, Commissioner Barth, how would they prove that that's not possible?
I would defer to staff to make a suggestion.
Staff, how do you feel about that?
I would just ask that they provide an email or documentation that due to supply chain issues because of the current pandemic situation, it's not possible, or there's like a 6-month waiting period. Whatever waiting period you think is too onerous for the commission,
Right.
we're glad to.
Should we put the waiting period in there because not possible is very different from 6 months?
Sure. And I just throw out a random number.
For sure, yeah. So, yeah, I think we need to tighten that part up, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Rumsch?
11-inch column is probably a custom column where 10 is and 12 are the stock columns. So I think that's the issue. And if you're okay with the 10, I think we should just incorporate that into our motion.
Commissioner Barth, friendly amendment, do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. All right, so will you restate your motion, please?
I'd like to approve this application as designed for usage of 10-inch column on the porte-cochere.
Do we have a second to Commissioner Barth's?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rumsch. Any discussion of the motion before we vote? All right, Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mehren,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our final case for today.
Okay. Our final case is 2205 Charlotte Drive. Oh, how did it get there?
Christy,
Bruce and-
Commissioner Parati, this is Jessica. I'd like to rejoin the meeting.
I would recommend. I would recommend maybe you hold off and rejoin us for the retreat, Commissioner
That's
Hinman?
fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so 2205 Charlotte Drive, we're Bruce and Julie. Are you with us?
We're turning on our camera.
Oh, perfect.
Morning.
Welcome.
Hi.
Good morning. Hi both. Welcome.
Two for one.
That's wonderful. We love it. Are you sworn in?
We are not.
Okay.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question, please. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. This next application is for a retaining wall. The material meets the guidelines. And it was an after the fact application. You can see here a picture of the house before 2205 Charlotte Drive, a Google Street View. They did have a little retaining wall right up against the sidewalk. And there are some pictures of how it needed repair provided by the applicant. And then there are pictures of the retaining wall in progress. And they did use inspiration from the main house with their design detail in the retaining wall. And there are just more pictures from the applicant showing how it connects to a neighbor's retaining wall and the final product on how it looks on the street. I believe it does not have the complete cap in these pictures, and I'll let the applicants correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you can see here, they've taken inspiration from the main house with the design of the wall and some progress photos. And the neighbors, you can see the neighbors' retaining wall and their retaining wall. And some more complete photos with the cap just laid in so you can envision what the finished wall will look like. And I believe that's it. Bruce, Julie, anything you want to add? The floor is yours.
Thank
Oh,
you.
wait,
Thank
I'm sorry. One more thing. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, then the floor is yours.
Okay. Bruce Knopfsinger, 2205 Charlotte Drive, 28203.
Julie Knopfsinger, 2205 Charlotte Drive.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I think what we're going to try to do is give you just a little backstory and how we are where we are. And, you know, we appreciate you all sticking this out. We've been looking forward to this for a long time, hoping to finish it done. And we really apologize for the retroactive nature of our request. Ordinarily, we're, you know, more ask permission kind of people. And we've gotten 4 projects approved over our 24 years in the House. And our first major project won a NARI Best Historic Renovation Award for over $100,000 project. And in fact, that project included a restoration to the front facade of the house. We returned the archways to be arched in shape versus squared off. I'm using my arms too much, apparently. So anyway, more recently in November, we began a repair project that blossomed into something more than we had originally planned. And as you probably saw from those pictures, our original retaining wall needed a lot of help. It really wasn't doing a whole lot to retain the bank.
Or the dirt.
Or dirt. When our neighbors added the wall that you saw portrayed in those pictures, we jumped at the opportunity to talk to the masons and have them repair ours. And when they began, they quickly realized that there was no footing for the wall, and that just simply replacing the brickwork would, you know, put us back where we were now before that, within, you know, a short period of time. And you know, we're in this house for the long haul. And, you know, we really wanted to get them going because we had no idea how long it would be before we could get into their queue, so to speak.
So we had to make kind of an on-the-fly decision to have them just fix more of a replace than a repair.
Yeah.
But then, well, go ahead.
Well, and then we basically got to the point, as you saw in the pictures, where we were deciding on how best to cap the wall to complement the house, and you know, and also just essentially to create a nice flow with our neighbor's wall. And we got word that we needed to cease construction, and so we stopped immediately with some disappointment. But
Well,
we did.
actually, you know, what happened is the city code enforcement came by and said that there were, you know, they actually said that they thought we were almost finished, that we could complete, but I knew that wasn't okay. I thought, oh, no, wait a minute, let me send an email to you guys and said, I don't think we should finish. We should probably seek your input, especially because the cap is really, could be a big difference maker in the appearance from the street. And so that's really where we are right now, is to, number one, seek approval for where the current structure, and then also get your input on where we'd like to go with the future. So it has been unfinished like this since November. And we'd like to, the reason why we decided to add the limestone element is so we thought it'd be more in keeping with that cement cap that's on the columns that we showed. But you know, and we've seen other submissions like that have been approved in the past, and we thought it would match. But I guess we're also open to doing it brick like the next door neighbors. We thought it might be better to have it a little bit of a differentiation, so it wasn't so matchy-match, and also it would be more in keeping with the column cap style. And if I can just say one more thing.
I think you're going to say what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's about thigh high as you're walking on the sidewalk. And, you know, it's such a walkable, we just have so many walkers, obviously, that we thought that a limestone would be a smoother surface if people wanted to just sort of take a little seat, whereas brick is not quite as inviting. That was our thought process, that it would match and it would be a little bit more of an inviting space. like a bench.
So,
All right. Is that,
thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce and Julie. We appreciate it. Do we have anyone on the phone, Christy, on the line?
We just have some listeners.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Commissioners, questions of Bruce and Julie? Commissioner Barth.
I just have one question, and I would like to say, appreciate you all taking that design inspiration from the house. I think that's a very nice touch. And I think I may be able to answer my own question, but just wanted to clarify the concrete caps, those are on your own house?
Yes, the ones that we're trying to complement.
I'm not sure what slide it was, but they're little columns, but you see the
Yeah.
planters,
Mhm.
that's our house.
Great. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
And we tried to do concrete, but it was cost prohibitive. It would have been custom. It was going to be about $4,000.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted to have the tumbled stone because you know how the old concrete you can have is a little bit of an exposed stone, but it was just so much money that the closest thing that our mason suggested was the limestone, which is it will patina over time too, as you probably know.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Ramsch.
Hey, a question, would you, with the limestone cap that you're putting on, that has a broken edge to it, is it available with a smooth edge?
I
I
don't
think
know.
probably.
I would be surprised if it weren't, but we don't know for sure.
We submitted some, we're open to either one. I think that, actually, I think if we flipped it around, it would be not, if we flip that bevel around, it's straight on the other side because that
I think that would be.
whatever you call it is only on the one side.
Yeah, that's just a sample that our mason had.
It looks a little bit more prominent in the picture. It looks a little bit more like, I don't know how to describe it, but it looks a little bit more rough in the,
It's a typical way to break and that's a typical finish.
Yeah.
But if it's smooth, I think it would be more in keeping, but this is maybe more of a personal taste than guidelines. The other thing would be, normally we look for a planting space between the sidewalk and the wall. I think your neighbor has one, but in looking at your neighbors, how small that is, it seems to me that would be hard to keep something growing in that. What are your thoughts of that?
Well, like we said, we originally were thinking just let's fix what was there. And that's how it was, flush with the sidewalk.
So we started like that, so just to keep the same.
As far as the ability or inability to grow something in that limited space, I don't know. I'll tell you, we have had a 24-year battle with trying to get something growing on that bank. And we didn't like the English ivy, which a lot of homes had. So we tried periwinkle with little success. The hosta does pretty well. So I think regardless of the space, it's a bit of a challenge.
Well, I've seen Mondo grass grow, but even so now, there's not really a way. We would have to remove the wall or cut out the sidewalk, which I don't think either one is really
certainly not
ideal.
So you were really keeping the wall where it was originally, it just got.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Exactly.
PJ?
Hey, Christy Harps, was the wall at 2209, the neighbors, is that something that was approved?
Yes.
Yeah, we could, yeah.
Yes, it was staff approved.
Okay. And Christy, is a limestone cap, obviously limestone's a historic material, but is a limestone cap on a wall not incongruous?
I think that's a question for maybe Candace, our mason, or Damon, our contractor, rather than.
It's a historic material. So It looks like the concrete. I think the closest we can get to concrete, the better. That's why that I personally didn't like the faceted, edge of that one. But I think it's squared off, as long as the proportions are right, I think it's fine. Sounds like they're willing to do brick also, which definitely would be inappropriate. But I think the other's fine. That's my opinion.
So we, probably a late to submission, we added a few more photographs from around the neighborhood where there are some limestone. We might not have been able to get them in there in time, but there's something on Mount Vernon, an older house. There's one on Dilworth Road East that's limestone, or concrete, but yeah, the reason why we chose to do the limestone really is so that it didn't look, I just didn't want it to be a big continuous, the same as the neighbors. So it looked like there was differentiation.
Especially since it's a little lower.
It's a little lower. It's quite a bit lower than the neighbors.
Gosh. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker?
Hi, Jill.
Questions
Jill.
have all been asked already.
Okay, Commissioner Walker, your questions have been answered. All right. If we don't have new questions or comments from the commissioners, then let's close and go into deliberation. All right, so we are closed. What do you think, Damon?
The only thing, Christie, do our guidelines talk about that planting space between the wall and the sidewalk?
You know what, Damon? They don't. It has been,
good.
a practice of the commission, particularly on corner lots.
Good, because I don't think it's important here, and I think leaving a small strip is gonna be difficult to grow something.
And I think that's something maybe we should talk about in our retreat about retaining walls, maybe. Okay, thanks.
Phil, it looks like Phil wants to jump in here.
I was just going to reiterate the same thing. I mean, I think it would be very difficult to get anything to grow in that small of a strip because of the footings down beneath. And then also I walked that street and most of the retaining walls were all the way up to the sidewalk. So it's very consistent with what already, with the historic precedent.
Our contractors have spoken. I would love it if one of them made a
I'll
Commissioner
make a
Walker.
motion.
Okay, awesome.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with the request that the limestone cap be squared off as it faces the street, or if the applicant wants to use a brick one as well, that's approvable.
Do I have a second to Jill's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Okay, I'm sorry, someone wanted to say something? Okay, all right, so do we have, hey, Commissioner Barth, do you have something you want to add, or?
Yeah, do we need to give them any direction as far as a thickness of that cap? And also, do we want to give them alternative to do brick instead?
Yeah, Jill mentioned brick, but Jill, do you want to add a thickness to the capping?
Can I say the cap as pictured?
Christie says you can. Does that work for you, Commissioner Barth? Or do you think we need to be more specific?
Yeah, whatever that thickness is, I'd say that's acceptable. I wouldn't go anything less than that.
So we should, maybe we could get the dimensions of that cap, Christie.
Well, we can say, staff can work with the applicant to
As
make sure the dimensions match what was shown on slide 109.
Okay, perfect. So Commissioner Walker's adding that to her motion. Yes? All right, will you restate it for our court reporter, please?
Yes, I make a motion to approve this application with the applicant making sure that this limestone cap square faces, straight edge faces the street, and that the width of the cap is as pictured in the presentation.
Commissioner Hayden,
Second.
any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you so much, Bruce and Julie. All right. We have completed the application part of today's meeting, and I think we need a little.
We've reached the end of the agenda. We need to close out the meeting
Okay,
officially.
all right, perfect.
Thank
So we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? Nope. Okay, if no, this meeting is adjourned at 12:11 p.m. Thank you, commissioners. Let's take a, how long?
You want to take a 5-10 minute break?
Let's take a 10-minute break.
10-minute break, be back at, say, well, close to 10, maybe 12:20?
12:20 sounds good. I don't want to brag to you commissioners at home, but we have Amelie, so. Hey.
I have
You don't
Pop-Tarts.
want to, but you're going to.
I have Pop-Tarts.
Oh, PJ.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, I did.
Touche. He said we have Pop-Tarts.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are moving into part 2 of our day with the retreat. The retreat is solely focused on design guidelines. We have a lot of big new chapters to talk about and also some specific details to talk about. I believe former Commissioner John Ferris is going to be joining us at some point to talk about context and streetscape and all those good things. I'd like to just start before we jump into our guidelines discussion. I think there are a couple of housekeeping things that our chair wanted to discuss, and I just wanted to let everybody know that we've been hearing from other neighborhoods who are interested in historic district designation. Cindy, Candace, and I did a walk and talk tour of Howie Acres on Tuesday evening. We only made it through half the neighborhood before it got dark and started raining on us. So we're going to go back for part 2. And I've heard also from the McCrory Heights neighborhood, they want to do a walk and talk just to learn more and to see what this is all about. And so we are in the middle of scheduling something to go and join them and do a walking tour of their neighborhood. And it's just a casual conversation with staff, both here at the city, and we also include the staff at the state level who help us with local district designation. And they join us, thanks to technology, they join us via Zoom, FaceTime, and we video chat with them and tour them down the street. So it's more is coming, and we're very excited about, the possibilities of even more districts. And of course, that brings other challenges, but these are very preliminary discussions. So it's nothing that's going to be facing the commission, within the next couple months, but it's good news to share.
We have to start somewhere.
Exactly.
This is Jessica. I have a question.
Yes.
Are we allowed just to join the walking tours just to listen? I totally love McCrory Heights, and I would love to tag along for that just to listen.
Sure, we would love it. Yeah.
Throw me in there too. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, as long as we don't
that
have
would be so
quorum. Yeah, absolutely. And we're not talking about commission business. I'll be glad.
I won't say
to let you all
anything.
know.
I won't say anything. I'll just listen.
Okay, great. Come on. We'd love it.
Sweet. I
Thank
think
you.
if we have opportunities like that, please throw them out to the board. Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much to the commissioners for all of the hard work that you're putting in. I know that we say it time and time again, but 2020 was a special kind of year. And so that means that we've had to pivot, and I think we've done so. We've done it well. However, we are still in a position where we're not where we should be. And I know that we've come to you and we've asked that you step up even more by having additional meetings. And we're going to ask that you do that again. Is it April 29th? Just save the date, please. We haven't talked about when or what time. We've talked about where it will be here, but we haven't really talked about the time. It's probably going to be what we're used to, the 12 p.m. and on hours. I would like to say that I think sometimes our challenges come up or happen when we are trying to be too nice. We're all good people, most of us. And we want to see it work, but sometimes it doesn't work, right? And we see that with some applications, they don't take our feedback into consideration. And so I think that it makes no sense for us then, when they come back, to give them the same amount of time. It's not fair to the people who come behind them. It's not fair to us. So if we want to continue being nice, let's be nice to the people who actually do the work. Let's be nice to ourselves so we don't have to have several days during the month to have these marathon meetings. So if we see the same application come through and it looks like they've done very little to address the issues we brought up, please don't be afraid to deny. It actually helps them. when we are giving feedback, and I know I'm bad at about this, you get an idea in your mind of what you want to say. And even if somebody else has said it just slightly differently, you still got to get in there. Let's try to refrain from that. If we have nothing new to add, let's just keep it going. And I think that we've been doing really well on hearing hearing feedback from a passionate commissioner and changing that into and making that a motion. So thank you so much for those of you who take on the monumental tasks of making motions. They're not easy, and I do appreciate the fact that we work as a team to make them as clear and helpful as possible. Yeah.
What was this interim meeting in April?
So April 29th, in order to do a little catching up, we are looking to have a second meeting.
Oh, I think it's more, it's kind of like what we did in March. What Kim and I talked about is, you know, usually the agendas have 16 cases on them, unless it's multifamily, and then we give them a couple of slots. And we talked about maybe adding like 20 or 21 cases to the agenda, and then getting through as much as we can on our April 14th, and anything we don't get through, we would recess the meeting and then reconvene again on April 29th. And, you know, the hope is it wouldn't take the whole time, like today. It took 2 hours. So that's kind of the hope, that if we can do that, that'll get us closer to where we need to be for May and June and getting back on track.
What time frame should we hold?
It's up to you. What I can do is follow up with everyone in email and see what works for everybody. Staff's open. The room is available. We've saved the room all day. If you want to start early, we're glad to. If you want to start a little later, we're glad to do that too.
It's going to be a Friday, so
it's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday. Okay. Well, for those of you who have your hot days starting on Thursday, maybe we want to start earlier in the day. Chris Barth.
Yeah, just a general question. You know, obviously last year was, you know, a different circumstance, and you know, with the idea of adding other districts and stuff, I can just only see us getting even more backlogged. Is there, you know, maybe Christy or our lawyers on staff can speak to this? Is there any way that we can like provide a vetting process before these applications go in for the ones that are obvious denials?
So I think that's a really great question, and it's something that if you're okay with, and I kind of alluded to this earlier with Kim, maybe Kim and Jill, our attorney Jill, and staff can kind of huddle up and think about, you know, future planning for meetings and as new districts are added. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be an immediate problem within the next couple of months, because we are just in very preliminary discussions with these neighborhoods. But it is something that I'm very aware of and would love to. And if you have ideas, join our little ad hoc, you know, group who's going to attack this issue. Is that okay? Yes.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Hey, this is
Earlier we
Jessica.
talked about
I would
possibly-
love to participate in those discussions.
Okay. Yes. And
so earlier we talked about possibly having a group of maybe past commissioners meet with people who are putting applications in and kind of helping them get a little more, and educating them in terms of how to present. And I'd be very happy to be part of that and even lead that if you wanted me to after I roll off.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have lots of, you know, really smart people on our commission, really talented, and I know we can solve this issue. And it, to be honest, it is a fairly unique issue to Charlotte in North Carolina. We go to trainings with other historic district commissions in the state, and we by far have the longest meetings. We do the most application reviews in a year. We have the most development pressure. So it is something that it's hard because other cities in North Carolina just aren't quite dealing with the volume that we are. So I'm gonna try and look outside of North Carolina and talk to some of our other bigger cities across the United States to see how they handle this, because I know like San Antonio, they do such a volume of work. Granted, they also have a staff of 10. So there's a bit of a difference, but I would love to do some of that research too for y'all to help.
And I see where PJ wants to say something, and then we'll kick it over to you, Joe.
Yeah, I'll be real quick, but just thinking back to this morning meeting, anything we can do to put a kibosh on something where there's been a minimal change sooner as opposed to later. It took an hour. So we'll figure that out. Also,
Yeah,
with the
I
meeting,
agree.
yeah. Other ideas, are we able, or is staying a little later, would that help out as well if we call the meeting at say 8?
No.
For regular meetings, or I mean, it's such a long
No,
day.
I don't know about you, but I am fried by 7. I would much rather come in fresh, and we don't want to get the reputation, in my opinion, we don't want to get the reputation of not finishing strong. I think we still finish strong, and if we took it later, I would be exhausted, PJ. I don't know about the other commissioners. Jill?
I would too.
All right.
But
No
then,
worries.
and then I'm not the
Throwing out-
chair, so you should be tired.
And then just something else to think about is, when we have future meetings that have large multifamilies, how we stack that on the agenda, right? There's never a right answer. If you put it at the end, you run over, you put it at the beginning, and you don't plan for enough time, everything else pushes. I don't know. I mean, I think we're doing as good as we can do with multifamily, but again, maybe there's another solution where it's a second session just to tackle multifamily, because I don't know, let's not solve here, but we'll figure something
PJ, we are all on the same wavelength. I'm loving it. I had that conversation with Kim, a couple weeks ago, that maybe a solution to these multifamily is we just hold special called meetings just to hear those, because we get such passionate input from the community, and that would allow us time just to focus on that and not to get just completely depleted for these other cases.
I completely agree. And we'll go to Jill and then kick it over to you, Jim.
Yeah, these are procedural questions or suggestions, and it might not be possible, but given that some of the presentations that we get seem to go on for a very long period of time, is it not possible to put a time limitation so that you can't do that? Okay.
I think the best we can do is keep them on subject.
Because we're quasi judicial, and I'll let Attorney Jill jump in, we can't put time limits like city council can because they're legislative. Since we are like a court of law, we have to allow people as much time as they want to present their arguments. What we can do is if we have members of the public that want to speak and everyone's saying the same thing, we can say, thank you so much. We've noted, do you have anything new to add? And that's something that Kim and I can work on both with members of the public. And I think it alludes to what Kim said earlier about if commissioners have, want to say something, they can say, yes, I agree with what Chris Barth just said, or I agree with what Joe Walker just said. I don't have anything new, but I do want to state for the record that I agree.
Right.
Yeah, just for the record, I think you're doing an excellent job, Kim. I think everybody agrees this
Thank
past
you. That
year has
means a
been
lot.
such an amazing
Yeah.
challenge, and you've really done just a terrific job under the circumstances. The only other thought I had is that, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm challenged a lot by trying to figure out what is revision in an application and what is an original presentation. And a lot of times it's because from one application to the next, the format and presentation changes. Is there not some consistent redlining process that can happen so that when we as commissioners look at each of these, we can clearly see, okay, this is what's new. This is what I need to look at, and this is the new application that they will be presenting, on Wednesday.
Great input, Jill. Yeah, I think we can absolutely work on that with
Because
the
I think
applicant.
everybody spends a lot of time just riffling through all the pages and, wait a minute, was that the original presentation picture I'm looking at now, or is that the revision?
And I agree, because as staff writing these memos, like I do that too, trying to figure out what the changes are. And
They all redlined it.
redline it, bubble things. I will say, some people do automatically do that, and we have some really good examples of that we're glad to share with folks. And, you know, if they don't come in that way, I'll do my best to try and highlight things as well.
Well, and you know, a part of it too is one more thing that's on us commissioners, because you do an incredible job of including all of the applications, and it's a lot, right? But we have the information. If there's a way that we can streamline it, then great, but we do have the information. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden.
The conversation that we were just starting about trying to find a new home for multifamily or do it separately, or I can't help but think that the new guidelines are going to help that process.
Love those guidelines. Yeah.
They are going to eliminate a lot of the stuff that we have had to deny or redesign.
Or it was
And I
gray
think
area.
it's gray area. I think they're not, you know, I'm sure there's things people are going to have issues about, but I think it's a real step in the right direction.
I think that's a perfect segue into maybe a discussion about.
Yeah, and I want to get
One
to Commissioner Hinman. There's one more thing that I want to say though.
Sure.
I think now that we can all get vaccinated by April 8th, yay! That's a great thing. It's so good, Damon and Jill, to have you all back. It really, really is. And it makes a difference when you can just kind of have people in the room. So as you all get vaccinated and as you feel more confident in going out around other people, please seriously consider coming back to the room, because that's going to help too. Okay.
We will be abiding by all state law, and up until now, gatherings of 10 people have been the limit, and we were at 9 today. So staff will try and keep all that in mind as we move forward.
Sure.
We will still need everyone to be flexible for the next foreseeable future in a few months.
Okay. Thanks for saying that.
Yeah.
All right, Jessica.
Well, a couple of things. Jill, thank you so much for your comment about the format of the applications, because I feel that way all the time, and I'm glad we're just talking about it. I think the resubmission guidelines are pretty straightforward about the requirement to show the existing and the last application and the new application next to each other so that they're more readily comparable. And I know that every applicant has different, you know, abilities and software and what to do those things, but I think we do need to draw a hard line that on resubmissions, it needs to be existing, previously proposed, new proposed, like right next to each other, because it takes me so much time to figure out what has changed. I totally agree with Jill on that, so thank you.
It's frustrating.
My next comment is, yeah, it's really difficult and really frustrating. And we, I think, are all really sensitive to trying to stay on point and not have those giant pregnant silences in the meeting. But when you're trying so hard to figure that out, it's really hard. But the other thing I want to say is, and maybe this will segue into our discussion of the guidelines, I feel like we've noticed a pattern in this past kind of really strange year of applications that could be staff administrative reviews if we can accommodate that in the guidelines. And so I'd love for us to acknowledge the patterns of applications that we feel didn't really need to come to the full commission. I think we'd be doing those homeowners a great service, because, you know, for some of these homeowners, they're waiting, you know, 4, 5, 6 months to be heard because of the backlog. And if their application is really straightforward and we can modify our policies, you know, within the intent of the guidelines to ease that process for those homeowners, I think that would be great. I get my second vaccine on the day of our next meeting, and I can't wait to be back.
We'd like to have you back.
And I also just wanted to reiterate what Jill and a couple other people said. Kim, your leadership has been phenomenal through all of this. And Christy, I know that you've been eating and sleeping and breathing guideline changes and new districts for several years now, and we're starting to see the fruits of that, and it's remarkable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that. Krista?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I appreciate Jill's bringing up the comments about the struggle to go back and forth between the new and the old. But I also believe that that is part of the conversation. That struggle is a result of us not continuing so many projects versus denying some projects. I feel like, and I feel like we did that more today, which was great. And of course, I missed the first part of March, so I'm not sure how the first part of the meeting went in March. But I feel like if we're making that leap, I think that'll help if we make the leap to denying more projects that really should be denied versus continued. I think that that's going to help on that front as well.
I completely agree with you. Yes, thanks for saying that, Krista.
This is Christy. Kind of the unspoken philosophy of the commission has been, we understand it takes a lot of extra time and a lot of work to come to the commission. And so it's been, unless it's completely egregious, right? We give people a chance and they get, one chance and we give them specific direction. And if they come back and they've not met us halfway, it's been a denial. And that's not saying that's right for everything, but there are some projects that we know just can't get there. So it's a matter of just keep in mind, they do go through a lot. They have waited a long time. And, just something to keep in mind.
I think we can see when someone or a group rather has just decided that they want to do what they want to do and they're not open to our suggestions. So, all right, Christy.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's jump
Ready?
to, yep.
Okay. So our consultants have done an incredible amount of work, an amazing job, I feel, for making it very clear what is changing in the guidelines, what the new sections are. You can see in front of you, this is just an overview of the table of contents. Everything in green and bold are new or are changes. We talked a lot back at our retreat, I believe it was in October, about the importance of a context guideline, both for single family residential and for the multifamily and commercial. We have a whole new multifamily section, a whole new commercial section, and I just wanted to share that so you saw just the breadth of these changes. First is the context guideline, and I've included it here. Everything that I sent to you via email is in this presentation, just so because we are in an online remote format, I wanted to make sure that if there's anyone watching this or joining us via phone, they have the benefit of seeing the information too. We don't necessarily have to talk about everything, but it's here if we want to. So I want to start with maybe a few minutes talking about the new context revisions and see what input you might have for maybe changes or adjustments to context.
Please forgive me if we had this in there in our guidelines already. I don't think we did, but the section in context, I highlighted and kind of made some marks here. I find this to be very helpful. We talk about how to pay homage to the historic buildings, but I love this line. The new construction project can also express the building's current age by having a contemporary compatible design or by using a more traditional design language. Not being an architect, sometimes it's difficult for me to look at new construction and understand where the lines are when it is so, when it appears to be contemporary. And I don't know how to it's just been a challenge for me. So that line for some reason just resonated with me and made it a little clearer about how to put a new building in a historic context while at the same time making note of its year of construction. So that was helpful, I think.
Really great feedback.
Can I
Yeah,
ask a
that is
question?
new. Mhm. We have the overview paragraphs, but we also have these really 4 overarching guidelines for context. Do we want to look at those anymore? They did add, number 2 is different. They added a 10% height change. We've talked about this in the past. We did not include it in our first guidelines. We included it for setback only. The one concern that staff has is that people will automatically add that 10%. Okay, and I see Damon and Kim and Jill and Phil and everyone's nodding their heads. So, okay.
And I'm discouraged to change.
Can you turn on your mic and
Like the,
share with
specifically the front yard setback we were just discussing, that's a really important, the 10% can make a big difference in how that reads. So I would not even encourage that change to, it should be discouraged. And it should be an exception for some reason to make it, but I wouldn't, yes, I agree with you.
This
Yeah.
is very specific
time.
to commercial buildings. Do we need to be, no,
I think that shouldn't be in.
okay?
Yeah, as soon as we, I think it was for additions, said typically, we added the word typically to, we don't raise the ridge line, we don't raise we don't
The
raise
main
the
ridge.
roof. We don't raise the roof. As soon as we said that, we said typically, then everyone was like, oh, okay, that was my opening. And I think that happened as a result of the Wilmore Community Association chair coming before us. And we were like, okay, well, we'll open the door just a little bit. And then, we've seen more applications where people want to go up 3 or, 4 inches. And that's just,
Okay.
yeah.
Did we want to consider, and I guess it's probably not, it's too late, but in some historic districts, when you demolish a structure, the replacement can only be a certain percentage larger than the original structure as a way to discourage, demolition. Is that something?
So I think what we did is when we got more specific with the spacing and the setback and the directional expression, all of those pieces were meant to limit what you could go back contextually with what's around it. And not being so prescriptive. And that's also the reason why that feedback right there is also the reason why this context guideline was developed. So that was very clear that it's hard with when you have maybe a 50 by 100 deep lot in some areas compared to that might have bungalows, they might have quadruplexes, they might have duplexes. I'm thinking specifically like Thomas Avenue and Plaza Midwood. You've got all this huge variety in Plaza Midwood. That context is so different from Merriman Avenue in Wilmore, which is small houses all along. So it's just, and those are so small, 850 square feet. Like, we are looking at modern living and making sure that these can grow and develop, but are intentional in how they grow and develop.
All right, well, what
What
about?
other thoughts do we have? Yeah.
What about then, from what line do you determine the permeable, impermeable ratio when you've just demolished a house and you put another house on it that has a much larger footprint?
That's excellent, Jill.
Where does that?
I think that's what we're missing in our guidelines. Absolutely. You're 100% right. We do that for historic houses and we say it's the rear of the original house. It's hard to do with new construction, right? Like, once the new construction is built, the rear of that house the rear yard becomes from the rear of the new construction. So open that up for discussion. Do you want to, we get the, we require a property survey, we require a Zotwell survey of existing houses before they're demolished. What do y'all think?
Why don't we get Jessica and PJ involved in the conversation? Jessica?
I'll hop back to this in a second. Christy, literally my only comment on all the attachments that you sent is on this slide, and it's in number 4.
Okay.
And I think it says residence, but it really means building. The context of the proposed new building should not be used as examples to follow when designing the new residence. It's because this is commercial, so it's a building and not a residence.
So this is actually new construction for single family residential.
Oh my gosh. Sorry,
So,
I was reading
no.
as commercial.
I think you're right, though. I think we need to keep it building.
It should just be building because it applies to all things, not just
Absolutely.
residential.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have any
I feel
thoughts?
like the 50, yeah, I feel like the 50% rear yard rule is really thoughtfully conceived, and we do require those property surveys before demolition. I mean, I know there's been a lot of discussion about what we can and can't do, but that seems like a thoughtfully conceived guideline to me.
So does that mean the guideline then, as it currently exists, is that the ratio is determined from the rear of the original structure?
To clarify, the guideline is for additions to historic buildings. There's nothing for new construction when a building is demolished. When a new construction, so say a new house is built and the family maybe doesn't have the money to do a garage yet. They come back to us a few years later. The rear of that new construction is the rear yard, and that's where we do our calculations from. But the difficulty, to Jill's point, is when people come, sometimes they're coming with a house and an accessory building and maybe, you know, a tennis court or a pool or something else. Like, how do we look at that? Because it seems to provide, you're right, a very different guideline for new construction as opposed to people doing additions, which kind of encourages demolition a little bit instead of an addition.
Yeah, one of our contractors said that, I remember a few years ago. PJ?
Couple of things. With but let's keep going about the rear yard permeability with 50%. If you have a scenario, again, if you have a scenario where I've got a single family home, it's demolished, I'm going to put up multifamily, I intend to use more of that footprint than by going from single family to new construction multifamily, that could potentially penalize them and what they could do with the lot. Just a consideration, maybe a big deal, maybe may not be a big deal.
I think that's really wise. Damon, did you have something?
Yeah, we are trying to keep the streetscape small and keep it in line with what's there. Am I getting close enough? And so it seems to me that we should allow more development in the backyard. And if by building a new house, you end up moving that back of the house into the lot more, and they can use more of it, or they can, I think that's okay, because what we're trying to protect is the streetscape and the feel of the neighborhood. So let them build back there. We want to encourage that kind of additions as opposed to doing something on the front. So I don't think, I mean, it's a good way, we look at that when it's just getting too crowded, but I don't think we should penalize someone in terms of building their house or stuff like that.
Does the city have any rules, again, thinking about water runoff and some of the recent floods, like in North Davidson as an example? I mean, what are the city's rules in terms of permeability?
There are, there's, all of that is handled through like permitting and stormwater runoff and all those things. It's handled, I don't know what, it's also handled through the building department. Like they have specific lot coverage requirements. Like, I don't know what it is. It varies depending on what zoning district you are. But for example, we had a project where someone was going to do a rear porch addition. They met our 50% rear yard permeability, but when they went to go get their permitting kicked it out and said, no, your lot coverage is too much. And so, we do have that as well. And I'm glad to look into that further. I think what I'd like to do to keep the discussion moving is that I'm going to turn this over to our consultants and see, they work across this United States, ask them what their thoughts are and note this as kind of an ongoing discussion point, and then maybe we can keep going. Okay. And
Yeah.
if you have other thoughts, email them to me and I will incorporate them.
Sure, I'll email you. A couple other comments on context
Yes.
really quickly. Are we making any changes to how we're defining immediate context, right? 360 degrees, X feet. Do we need to specify that in here? Again, I feel like time and time again, it's, all right, well, here's a context of something on the other, here's an example of something we like that's on the other side of a historic district. Well, no, it's too far out. So are we shrinking, widening? Are we putting hard definition as to, your radius of context is 360 degrees, 300 feet radius, or?
I think that's excellent, PJ. We talk about that in height and width, but I think it's really smart to put it in context as well.
Yeah.
Even though they all work together, but yes.
Exactly. Just so people have some guidelines on how far they're allowed to go out. And in addition to that, I'm looking at it's 3. It's either 3 or 4. I'm just skimming. What if the scenario, we're starting to get more and more applications for stuff that's right on the immediate edge of a historic district. If there is a historic property that's within that contextual range, right, whatever we define it as, but it's outside of the historic district, but it's a historic structure, can that be considered as context? And I say that because if you take something on the edge, they're only getting, if I think about a circle, 360 degrees, they're only getting half, they can only use half of that circle for context because the other half is outside of the boundaries.
That's excellent. We very specifically don't have oversight over things outside of our district. I think the one exception that comes to mind is perhaps if it's a designated landmark, we could take it into consideration. So for example, at the corner of South Mint and Summit, this is the edge of the historic district. It ends here and goes down Summit over here. But if you turn around, the Boone Oakley building is a historic building. It's a historic landmark. So that might be our quote exception to considering other historic buildings outside of our district, is if something is designated a landmark, and even though it's not in our district, it's obviously been identified as historic and important. What are your thoughts?
So that may be too restrictive. Use that intersection, rotate to the building across from Boone Oakley. So it's another old brick warehouse where they put some metal. That one. Obviously, they put some metal on there to. Anyhow, that's an old brick building that they've made some modifications to, right? I mean, could that be used as context, the historic parts, right? And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Not a landmark building, historic structure.
The only thing that comes to mind was when I had that big objection to the one in Plaza Midwood with the apartments next to it. They were real small, and we were putting a 2-story duplex, I think it was. And actually, it came out great. But what I was told was we have no control over what happens to that neighborhood. And so really, someone could tear those smaller buildings down and put whatever zoning would allow. And given that it's multifamily, it could probably be a fairly large building. Yeah. So I mean, see, what you're looking for is
flexibility.
To be able to justify something that might not fit immediately into the neighborhood because it's on the outskirts of the neighborhood. It's on at the edge of the neighborhood.
It's not in the, defined historic district. However, right, it's on the other side of the street as an example. It's still extremely close, whatever that range is, and it's a historic structure.
So let's say we were talking to Dilworth about Dilworth. And so you, oh, the little one? Okay. So, but in okay, but I want to come to the Dilworth part too, because you've got some fairly large buildings around the perimeter. If you're going to start incorporating what's around Dilworth to the edge of Dilworth, it's going to give you a pretty big leeway of what you can do. But the one I was talking about, that worked out really nicely. I mean, I was kind of stumped because it was so small next to something big.
And I'm not talking height, right? I'm talking talking context.
Yeah, that's.
People are using height for context, I think is the main issue.
Yeah, and I feel like when we give people a little more leeway, then we have to bring them back a little more. And
Right. So that duplex, two-story duplex, I mean, it really fits in nicely to that. What I thought that was just really horrible with those little tiny short apartments. But the truth of the matter is those apartments could end up being quadruplexes or big apartment buildings. I mean, right across the street from those, there's two-story townhouses. And it could easily become part like that, and that would not. So it's hard to kind of anticipate whereas we have control over what's in the neighborhood or not. And even more to the fact is Dilworth, with large multifamily buildings on the perimeter, it may give someone the ability to include those buildings into what's going on the edge of Dilworth, which is probably more to the point of what you're talking about. Is I think it'd be difficult. We don't want that, is what I'm saying. And I'm just trying to throw out some stuff.
thinking out loud, if it's a historic landmark, though, there are some standards that it had to meet. And so I would be more open to it then, as opposed to, let's say, the other building you pointed out, PJ, in Wilmore, that might not have met the same standards as a Boone Oakley building.
Okay, all really good discussion. Is there anything else?
Hard to define if it's not a historic landmark and it's outside of the district. What does historic mean? And I agree. It opens up a whole nother can of worms of, how can I use historic to my advantage to build and justify what I want to do?
But if we have standards that have been applied, then that might give us some leeway. But yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Just some flexibility. That's
Jessica.
I have a question about how this might relate to some of the intent of the 2040 plan too, which is without referencing, it's not a current project, so we can reference it. The combination of lots and then changes in use type. And I think this also ties into the coverage conversation we were having, right? If you're going from a single family residential to a commercial use, the lot coverage does change, right? But my question is actually a little bit more abstract than that, because a lot of the discussion around the 2040 plan is its intent to preserve the character and unique qualities of places. And some of the resistance that I have heard from some community leaders that I know has to do with, in the past we have seen people buy up a series of lots and combine them and do something that is not consistent with the character of the district. And what kind of promises can we get to the city that the 2040 plan as a vision of who we want to be is not abused, essentially. And those are leaders that are not in historic districts, but I think it's a fair point. And I'll age myself by saying this, but when I was doing multifamily work uptown a lifetime ago, we were assessed for the impact that changing the character of those streets was having. And at the time, uptown was a lot of surface parking, but the impact that we were responsible for taking on was things like the underground conduit for future upgrades to fiber optic, for bringing all of the utilities underground, for planting strips, for bringing the sidewalks in from the curb, it was a variety of, impact assessments for changes in use in the uptown district. And it had to do then with MUD and UMUD, right? But I think that there's probably an opportunity for the historic district document to provide a layer of protection to the residents of these districts when these changes in use happen, to kind of follow through on our commitment to the character of the district in assessing the impact and what can be done to mediate that impact. And I'm not saying it needs to be utility upgrades, but I feel like we could be having that conversation too when it comes to, you know, we're about to look at some combination of lots projects, right?
I also think that plays into the commercial multifamily guidelines as well, and how when projects do span across lots, how we're still enabling the rhythm of the street to continue and not have a huge mass across multiple lots, but have those breaks in the facade and have the front porches that fit within the context. But that is Christy's personal opinion, and I'd love to hear what the commission has to say. Again? Yes. No, if they do have a connected building, but at the streetscape, at the street level, the pedestrian experience is that it's this. It's that they are individual buildings, and maybe they do have a connection at some point, but I don't know where that is. Maybe it's 50% back from the front thermal wall, maybe it's 75, I don't know. But I think it's really important that they maintain that spacing and the rhythm and the connectedness to the street with front porches.
Helped us with Atlantic.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
So Christy?
Yes.
For those of you in the room, I don't know that we can hear the questions necessarily.
Oh, Damon's mic wasn't on.
Damon,
It's getting back into the swing of using a mic. Asked me to repeat what I said.
I'll turn on my mic.
Okay. I think one thing we wanted to include was, and I need to give a shout out to Candace. She found this. I think it's one of the best exhibits I have seen for context for new construction. This is the Denver Landmarks Guidelines. It's split up into 2 pages, but it's on 1 page. And it, to me, just visually interprets what we try to show with our Zotwall surveys, what we're trying to do with context for new construction. It's showing duplexes, it's showing quadruplexes, it's showing single family homes. It's showing how the foundations align, how the eave lines and window header heights align, all these things that we're always talking about. And I just think it's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, many of these things, like you said, we've talked about, but unless you're an architect or a builder, we couldn't articulate that, not as well as this does. Yeah. So
It's
thanks,
a picture what
Candace.
Jessica does.
Right.
This is such a great exhibit.
Time and time again. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So we gave this to the consultants. I will definitely reach out to Denver and ask them about copying this.
It would be nice
but-
to be able to include something like this because pictures help illustrate, pun intended, the point.
Right, exactly. So I just thought this was hugely helpful and would recommend that this be incorporated into our context section. Okay, good. Yes, and Candace, I mean, massive thank you for finding this. Let's talk multifamily. Just a reminder, we're going to talk very high level. We are not talking about any projects we've seen recently. So if we have questions, let's talk about the Kensington duplex that we just looked at. Another one we can talk about freely would be the Wilmore project at West Kingston and South Tryon with the 4 lots that were connected for a daycare but have been demolished and people are coming back. We can use those because they're not in any sort of progress with us at this time. I started with page 6 in the PowerPoint because the first couple of pages were just here are the types of multifamily that are found in our districts, but the heart of the guidelines really started on page 6. And I sent along some staff comments just so you saw that we had, looked at things critically, but before the consultants make updates, we want to hear from you so that they're not doing updates that then are being changed and reversed.
I highlighted a section in part 1. While new multifamily buildings can take many design cues from existing historic buildings, respecting the immediate historic context of the new development is essential in terms of height, scale, massing, reforms, materials, etc. Because that kept coming up, let's say with the Wilmore lot, the 4 or that area where architects wanted to go to another multifamily project that had a different context altogether. And to be able to, because people don't understand. And so to be able to point to this as a guideline, I think is really helpful.
Comment staff had was on number 2, the 10% height allowance. We just recommended maybe stepping away from that again. And we've already talked about that. So I just will take the comments that you made earlier and apply it here. The other comment staff had was about number 4. It made it sound like transition areas were like a specific thing on the ground, and it's not. It's not like a zoning category. It's not. So we're just recommending that there be some rewording, some wordsmithing of this to make it more clear that there's not a specific area that's called a transition area, but make it more clear. Is that, and any input you have about how we can make that more clear is.
I have a question, actually. Will you clarify for me again? We have zoning, and then we have historic guidelines. So let's say we have Todd. Yes. And then we have our historic guidelines. Our historic guidelines supersede anything Todd related, right?
Yes.
Because I thought that was the case, but I get a little confused when we're constantly referring to the zoning, or applicants are constantly referring to the zoning as why they should be able to do what they need to do.
It's a misunderstanding.
It is, and so it would be nice to be able to kind of punch that, to be able to point to item number 5, which speaks to zoning and the fact that our guidelines supersede any kind of thing that zoning will allow.
Yep, that's great.
PJ?
Second.
Awesome. I love it. Okay, anything else about context for multifamily on page 6?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to jump back to the last comment about
Yes.
our guidelines superseding zoning. We have to give a shout out to Jill Walker for that, because she's the one that got that put in the city ordinance.
Jill Walker. Thank you.
Just
for your
as
service.
an aside to the commission, I have met with senior leadership in the planning department and our mapping folks. We have a map. It's called Charlotte Explorer. It's not super clear where if you have a bunch of layers, that historic district does supersede. So we've talked through some changes with them. They're going to be updating that map. So anyone who uses that map, it's really clear that you're in a historic district. You need to call Christy or Cindy or Candace. But yeah.
PJ?
Yeah, last question. Obviously, we compare single family to single family, multifamily, family to multifamily. Do we need any language specific that says, hey, once upon a time, this may have been multifamily, now it's single family, and they want to compare it back to,
So this is getting away from that, PJ.
Okay.
That's what we talked about in October, is that instead of having the, apples to apples, what we found is there's not always that comparison available. Like there might be a multifamily project that they might be lucky if they have one. So that's what the discussion is, and where you get in with our context guideline that we just talked about. And then the more specific context guideline for multifamily that says it's number one, it's designed to fit into the residential architectural character of the district. It
Got
needs to do so. It can take design cues from existing historic buildings, but the height, scale, massing, roof form, and materials, it's going to be site-specific and context-specific.
So we're moving away from comparing single to single, multi to multi.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Is that okay? Yeah, okay.
Makes it easier.
Yes. And it's more clear for applicants too.
Number 3, that point in multifamily on page 7, it says front setbacks of buildings that occur on the edge of a district and are facing denser commercial non-historic development can have shallower setbacks if they do not compromise the portions of the project facing the historic district. What does that mean? I mean, I think if I wanted to build what I wanted to build, I could make that mean whatever it is I want it to mean. So what exactly does it mean? Yes.
To me, this reads exactly like the relative setback rule in the zoning code, which is essentially if the contextual setback is as meaningful as the formal setback, if that makes sense.
What is the reason that we're allowing less setback on the corner? Why are we doing that? Why are we even introducing that?
These are proposals from our consultant, so that's what we're discussing right now.
I mean, we would make, if there was a specific reason to do it, because of something, we could, because it's a guideline, make the change without encouraging the change to be made for us before they even brought it. I don't think we should even include that in it.
Okay, I agree. I think it's like that 10% rule thing. Yeah.
Okay.
I was
I
just
also just think
suggesting to drive down
already
ideal.
covered.
Just hold on just a second. My mic was off. We have Jill's trying to give input.
But
Go
just
ahead,
to-
Jill.
to
You're up.
Damon's point, I was suggesting a drive down ideal way, and you'll see how the impact of having a smaller setback on a corner lot, how that works. Not really.
So you're saying,
I'm just adding to your point, yeah.
Jessica?
I was just going to say that I think this is unnecessary too, but I think we're protected. I think the intent is this guideline is protected in other ways here in Charlotte.
Okay, noted. Anything else about setbacks or spacing?
I think that spacing point, Chrissy, speaks to what you said earlier. You know, if you have an assemblage of lots, you still have to be able to respect the rhythm of the streetscape. And this definitely helps with that.
I think you said that very well. And I might add that. I might recommend respect the rhythm of the streetscape. Great. Okay, moving on. Anything about orientation? We have introduced some new forms with some cottage court and then denser development in the back to allow people proposing multifamily to achieve the density, but in a way that maintains the rhythm of the street. Thoughts about this? This was a courtyard development. This is a recommendation from the consultants.
It definitely encourages green space, which is what we're trying to do. And I think I loved seeing this guideline included.
it looks to me like we're putting houses behind houses,
We are.
and that, I just don't know how that affects the streetscape, whether that you just ignore that Or whether, should it be kind of an alley that the houses kind of face and create a courtyard inside? Or what I don't, by doing that, it kind of says that that's the way we want it to go. And I don't think that design is very well thought through. So before we put something that's graphically encouraged, I think we should think it through a little more. I mean, I think just stacking houses behind each other are kind of, there's a better way to do that, I think. There's a central boulevard that they could look onto or something.
Yeah, there's a better way to create a courtyard, which is like a circle. Yeah.
Okay. So like more the cottage court, like at Myrtle Square, taking that more of an inspiration.
Yeah, except that would be a lot more space to have to take up. But it may be that that's just a street. Maybe they've introduced a street down between the two, which you kind of look to, and then the houses kind of face the street. And then maybe that's what they're doing there. I can't.
So I can explain. This is an alley. And so all these houses back here would, per like what zoning, getting back to zoning again, the accessory dwelling units, like they can have the ADUs back here. So, you know, having that access off of the alley for, especially for parking. But I really do understand how this is maybe the problematic area with the front porches, but it's just facing the sides of the building, and the side of the building is facing the relationship between, especially these back buildings. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, there's no, where's the front of the house kind of thing? Or where's the focal point of the neighborhood of that part of it, I guess. Anyway, I think that should be thought a little through a little better.
Okay.
If we're going to put it out there as an example that we want them.
And a reminder, this is multifamily. Yes. Okay.
This is Jessica. Can I say something?
Oh, yes, sorry. Absolutely. Come on.
Yeah. So I'm just going to throw it out there. My heart like exploded when I saw this. I was so excited about seeing cottage courts in our guidelines. And since you said I was allowed to use Kingston as an example, this has been my dream for Kingston forever. But I tend to agree with Damon that the actual graphic can be more thoughtfully considered, especially with regard to our guidelines, for example, orientation, which Damon brought up. And I would actually say that the city of Charlotte has a lot of those graphics. Catherine Monroe has given that presentation at least 100 times with Taiwo. And so the cottage court graphic should be something we already have in our arsenal of slides somewhere. And she's got really great examples in that presentation.
Okay, great. Chris Barth.
I'm just going to say that, I like this concept. I think we just have to be careful what we're saying people can and can't do in the back of these lots. I don't know whether I could talk about it, but there was a rezoning petition over on Parkwood. That's not in the historic district. But the neighbors were extremely concerned with having large blocks behind their houses and how that made their living conditions change. So I think defining that in such a way so that we don't, allow for, basically the pervious area, being shattered, is, needs to be carefully considered from the historic district standpoint. I mean, I don't know whether the consultants can weigh in on this, but are we only to be looking at this from the streetscape perspective for new lots that are proposed as multifamily?
That actually came up on those 4 parcels beside that used to be a daycare in Wilmore, right? Some of the neighbors that were on the West Park Ave side were like, "Listen, you're going to have this big mass in my backyard." I forget some of the other commentary. I had to refuse it. I know screening was brought up, and in terms of height because of the way the geography. I don't know. Point being, it's come up before. I just don't remember how we addressed it then.
That was more my comment too about, I guess, the massing and complexity of form. if you look here, it's really done a good job with all these big houses that are shown on this main larger, let's just say, for instance, maybe this is East Boulevard, right? And then on the streets behind it, Winthrop and Lyndhurst and all of those, they have the smaller houses. So my question was, you're meeting the massing here, but how are you addressing the transition between this smaller bungalow and the big mass here? So that was one of staff's comments, and that I would love for us to talk about.
So I would hate to encourage people to build that by having an example of it in our guidelines. Let them come to us with that. Don't let's say that that's what we
The
want.
standard, yeah.
And then, but to have a big quadruplex, I mean, quadruplexes were fine. That just seems actually too big scale for what's next to it, even on the streetscape, on the front yard side of it. But anyway, I hesitate to put into our guidelines examples of things that we prefer not to have happen and have that be encouraged, rather than let them kind of push the envelope.
Oh, I don't know how to talk about it without, so Dilworth, along the edge of Dilworth where we have the commercial, on East Boulevard. We have, for various applications, talked about the rhythm of the houses, and we have talked about some applicants have asked to connect them, and that's exactly what this looks like. That's commercial, not multifamily, but I do kind of agree with Damon on this one. It looks like someone pushing the envelope as opposed to the standard that we've said we want to set.
Part of the issue with this is this massing back here. And I think it's just the coloring of this. Like this is set back 50% of the building, right? And that's what I was talking about earlier, is like, where does that connection occur? Like, can we give some direction of how we're okay with a connection, but we don't want it at the front thermal wall, and we don't want it at just behind the like.
Well, this is helpful because when those applicants came before us asking to connect these two buildings, one of the things that we kept repeating was that it disrupted the rhythm of the streetscape.
You can, I would say don't talk about it, but it was just a workshop item. It was not a actual.
We saw them.
We do. Okay.
Yeah, we
So,
saw them.
okay, we can
but-
talk about it specifically, but let's look
Yes.
at this.
So if we looked at this example, it does seem to upset the rhythm, just me looking at it. I don't know what you all, Damon, you agree, you brought it,
And I really appreciate the fact that you're dividing the mass of that building into two pieces. And so we should encourage that when it's going to happen. But I don't think we should give an example of it, because people will point to that and say, look, this is what you want. And I mean, if we can avoid encouraging that, I think we'd be better off.
Sorry, I'm off. Yes, okay, thank you. So that moves us to height and width and scale. And this is a different form of connectivity. Again, these are on parcels that have probably been recombined. And they are, for all intents and purposes, one large parcel, but we are trying to maintain the rhythm of the street and the historic development pattern of having multiple parcels, but allowing for multifamily development. What are your thoughts? The same?
I mean, I think we want to give direction. I think what you gave us, that the porches and all that was perfect conceptually, but to start fitting it into a neighborhood, I think we should avoid that. I think it's a great a way of kind of saying, okay, if you're going to do this, this is the kind of pieces we want, but let's not design it for them. I think they can come up with really better designs, I think. But let it be on them to do it rather than us giving them a formula that they're going to point to and say, this is what you want. I mean, the single family additions and all that, we wanted to the back, those were really helpful. But this is kind of going to the next, it's stretching what we're even looking for in the first place. You're trying to accommodate something that we kind of want to, I think, we want to not encourage. Is that right?
So I guess where I'm struggling is I need more specific direction of what we do want to encourage in terms of multifamily development.
Because it is, I mean, the reality is it's going to happen. And us, whether we put these cartoon pictures in a guideline book or not, is not going to stop it or start it or do anything. But at least if I'm a developer, I'm looking at that picture up there and I'm thinking, I see a lot of breaking up going on there. So I understand that I can't use that whole entire lot in en masse and build some, huge block of a structure, because I'm being told that you're going to expect to have to use a lot of the land and just leave it. Yeah, and I would read some information from that as a developer, and I think that it's kind of helpful rather than.
Jessica?
I'm falling somewhere in between these comments, because I worry a little bit that the orange image that we're looking at is going to be interpreted as prescriptive. And, the applicants that are coming to us, they're looking for something predictable, because the process is time consuming and cumbersome and sometimes unpredictable, right? And so they're looking for the most predictable thing they can. And this feels prescriptive to me. However, the Denver document that Candace found that is brilliant has 2 multifamily attached examples in it, and they are not prescriptive in my opinion. And so I think that there's some middle ground where we can be communicating this information, but perhaps not being quite as prescriptive as this image, which I think also kind of harkens back to a little bit too much mimicry to a series of quads, which, while it would fit into the historic neighborhoods, wouldn't give us much of a tapestry, really. The other thing I would say, without referencing that specific project, is the image we're looking at right now on the bottom left, where it has the ABABABA series, is really getting to width and spacing and rhythm, which was what was problematic in what we were looking at before. Like, the link wasn't what was problematic. It was the fact that the lots had been combined, the spacing had been violated, and the side setbacks had been completely obliterated for a parking lot. And so I think if that application had taken into account the rhythm of widths of buildings and spacing of buildings to accommodate their program, it really would have been more palatable. And I don't think the link was the issue in that application.
Anything else about multifamily that we want to talk about before we move on?
The only question that I have about these particular examples, where's the parking? And do we want to have anything to say about parking? Can we say anything about parking? Should we say anything about parking?
Parking is one of those things where a lot of people, so 525 East Boulevard, they did underground parking as part of the project. That's a challenge for the developer. And when people do incorporate parking, our stance on parking is where it's at on the site and how it's screened from public view. And we can't really get to requiring or disrequiring parking. I don't think we want to go there, quite honestly. But we can look at the manner, the location, the screening, and that's up to the developer and one of the issues that they'll need to work out. Yes, Damon?
Just that point brought me to another thing about these multifamily suggestions, is it doesn't take into account where does garbage pickup go, where does parking go, how do you screen it? You know, all those things that are part of the part. I don't think we should be designing those multifamily for people. I think really that we'll give them the guidelines, and that, as I said, that piece that you gave us was so nicely done that if they follow that and make it into multifamily, they've got it.
So really, the feedback is eliminate a lot of the graphics and leave the wording and add some more statements about they will need to take into the holistic site design, including parking, garbage, screening of HVAC, and add those as important.
And if you can add that, because Jessica used to talk about that stuff all the time, the window layout, the porch heights.
I know, yeah.
I mean, that is almost should be our Bible.
Okay.
Because that really tells the story.
Yeah, I agree.
One last question. How do we feel about these Juliet balconies?
What Damon said.
That was our reaction as well.
Someone asked me why people do that. And the only thing I could say is when they open up the doors, they don't fall out of the hole.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a very European model. Like this is all over Europe because the old buildings there are so close together, but you're giving people a little bit of outdoor space.
And just in the past, whenever the Juliet balconies come before us as a scale reducing technique, we haven't been so open to it.
I know.
And so to Damon's point, to then put it in our Bible blesses it. And to Damon's point about the balconies, yeah.
Staff felt the same way, but I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. Okay, great. We're helpful. Thank you all. And I will incorporate those comments into the staff comments and we'll get some more streamlined multifamily. Before we hop into commercial and murals, we do have a guest with us. John Ferris has joined us, and I'm going to go all the way down to walkways. We did talk about this in November and in our meeting last month, the importance of addressing this in our current guidelines. And so, I want to be mindful of everyone's time. We can always set up, small working group conference calls if you want to talk more specifically about commercial guidelines and murals. But I did want to get to this walkways question. John Ferris, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
John.
Hey,
Good.
how's everybody doing?
Right. It's good to have you back, even for a moment.
I've been enjoying streaming the meetings while I'm working.
Wow, John.
It's too bad for you. I know you all wish you had gotten rid of me.
Not at all. So I included our existing guidelines for sidewalks and parking and landscaping in yards. And John has submitted a lot of information about walkways. So I think I'm just going to turn it over to him to let him talk about maybe his concerns from context. It gets back to, again, our discussion about contents and streetscape and the rhythm of the street. So John, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hey, are there any new commissioners here that did not serve with me?
Oh, yes. Phil Goodwin is with us. Phil is, and who else did not serve? Did I think that's it? Maybe
Michelle was on board.
Michelle was on
John,
board.
yeah.
Chris Mern, he's left. He had to run to another meeting. I think Chris Barth was on board. Yeah. So John meet Phil. Phil meet John.
So the ones that where we served together, I'm sure they're probably going to say, "Oh gosh, he's not going to start this again." The project, there was a project that came up last month, just happened to be, it was a walkway project. And again, none of my, I want to thank everybody for continuing the good fight. And I know it's really been tough with the backlog and the virtual component and all that. I just, you know, I have enjoyed listening to some of the meetings, and I hope some of that can continue, you know, when we get back to normal. But this project that came up last month about walkways was sort of intriguing to me. It just happened to be right next door, and I saw it as I was talking with Christy about this last week or whatever, and I kind of saw it as maybe an opportunity to take a small issue and relate that into to the guidelines and how to critically analyze that and apply that finding to the guidelines and make a decision and move on. And let's see, Christy, do you have that first that site plan?
Yes, sir. It's up. I have Original Street, and then the next one is Reality Street.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So this is and I was listening to some of your discussion about the different the rhythms of the neighborhood, and this is only one way to look at this. Yeah, I mean, the other ways obviously are size, scale, massing, and all those other things that are in the guidelines. But I thought this was a real simple issue that really talks about the fabric, the tapestry, if you will, of the historic district, especially in the what is it called, the grid section of Dilworth and the other neighborhoods. So you know, and a lot of what I'm going to say is from the perspective of an architect. You know, when we were all in school and people were learning about engineers were learning about their calculus, and their business majors were learning about economics and whatnot, we were learning about the basic principles of design, which is what we use every day in the creation of our built environment. Rhythm and proportion, balance, unity, variety, scale, and in this site plan, you can see this is what this would have looked like originally, just an abstract site plan of that straight sidewalk, monochromatic materials, and it sets that rhythm, that it reinforces that grid of the street, and it almost does look like a tapestry in this form. Now, if you go to Reality Street, which is really what we have now, that becomes broken and disjointed. And Chrissy and I were talking about, you know, these projects don't require permits. Many times people do them on their own, but it doesn't matter, you know, what it looks like or what it costs, but it matters what effect it has on that grid, on that tapestry, on that fabric. And this is just a mishmash. Some of these examples actually exist on my street in Dilworth. Now, you know, once you get to a point where we are now, where so many people have changed, I don't know how you ever stop. I mean, you can't draw a line in the sand and say, okay, from this point on, nobody's doing their sidewalk. I think that would have really serious legal ramifications, and so I think we've, you know, the battle of material is kind of gone. That horse has left the barn, if you will. But there are some other aspects of this that I would like to point out, and I'd like to go on to that next slide, Christy, if you would. Okay, here's a section through any street in a historic district. And I had a professor that used to say, I can still see him holding his pencil in his hand and pointing at drawings and saying sequence, sequence, sequence. And he was talking about the way we perceive space and the way we move through space. And so this drawing is basically showing the movement of the sequence of entering in one of these properties with the historic traditional streetscape. And so you see on the street, you see the 60-foot public right away. That's what I'm calling super public. That breaks down, a planting strip divides the vehicular from the pedestrian sidewalk. And that is all within the right of way. That is the super public space. Now, what happens when you see the asterisk there? What happens when you leave that public space? Traditionally there is a step up with cheek walls, and that's very significant because that's marking that transition from public to private. Now we're in the semi-private front yard space. Now we're going to ascend again into a much more private area, but it's still a transitional space. We're going to go up the front steps and onto the front porch, which is sort of halfway between interior and exterior. And this sequence even carries through once you get into the house, which is kind of interesting because you entered into the public spaces like the dining room, the living room, the dining room, and then of course into the bedroom, and then the most private would be the super private space would be the bathroom. So that whole sequence is sort of a linear event that occurs, and I think even though the material aspect of this may have to fall by the wayside, just maintaining that sequence of entry into the historic properties and realizing that grid, the tapestry, the fabric does exist, should exist, and any deviation from that really weakens the district. So that's pretty much my comments on the subject, and I know you're probably going to be debating what to do with the guideline from here on out. Oh, I wanted to show, yeah, these are some pictures. This is the traditional entry sequence. These first few photographs are going to be the traditional entry sequence. Here you see the cheek walls, the one step up where you're moving from public pedestrian to a semi-private walk, heading toward that ascension to the front steps, and then onto the transitional space, the porch. Okay, now flip through another one or two of those, Christy, if you would. Again, the same. Now, what's interesting, each one of these little cheek walls have a little bit of a different design to them. So there is some variety that's mixed in there. So there is some, by all means, these are the things that need to be maintained. Okay, next photo.
John, just a comment with that. I mean, with as many examples as we've seen with steps, with 2 or 3 step elevation, you got cheek walls on the side. I can find just as many that don't have cheek walls as an example, or ones that have block retaining walls or brick retaining walls, or that smooth rolled curb. I guess that there's so many contradictory examples. I mean,
yeah, and that's those are what you'll see in the next few photographs. And I think what you will see is a very, I think it'll be very evident that it is a true weakening of the fabric when you deviate from those important aspects of the entry sequence. Okay,
but my point is, I can find historic examples that contradict that. Right, so it's like it's like you've already started with the deviation. That was all my point.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I mean, there are very few rolled curbs left. There still are some in the neighborhood, very, very few.
No, I
there
don't
are,
mean left. These deviations were created 80 or 90 years ago. I don't mean that have lasted 80 or 90 years. I can find historic steps that historically had no cheek walls. I can find historic, roll curbs, we all can. I can find historic concrete block walls in Wilmore that were used to create a retaining wall up to the sidewalk. I can find historic brick retaining walls that are tall, that are short. I don't know. I guess my point is there's so many historic deviations that were created 80 years ago. Everything's a deviation.
and if that's true, that I think you may be missing the point I'm trying to make here. Is I'm looking at one aspect. Okay, I'm not. Yes,
Okay.
if something is historic, it's historic. I mean, if there's a roll curb that was put there or a retaining wall that was put there 100 years ago, that's historic. But I'm not going to that level of detail with this point. I'm just saying that here is an aspect of a historic neighborhood that you can look at critically and apply that thought process to all of the other aspects, such as scale and massing. And you see what I'm saying? That I'm not diving into the detail of everything should look like this. Does that
So,
make any
John,
sense?
if I can, you're saying there's usually some kind of delineation between in general, and what the delineation looks like might be different. So in this, it's 3 steps, it's not 1 step, but there's some kind of transition that happens between the public sidewalk and the entrance to the private space.
That's exactly correct. It's not, I mean, it could be done a number of different ways. I'm just looking at this way.
I follow. I'm tracking.
Okay. Flip on to the next one, if you would, Christy. Okay. Again, traditional, very straightforward, very straightforward. Okay. Now we start to lose, we're changing material here. We're losing the cheek walls. We're losing the.
I'm going to skip this one. We cannot talk about this project specifically. It is still within the appeal period. So I'm going to skip on to this brick one. Okay.
Totally fine. Again, we retain the cheek walls, but they gave us a Wizard of Oz walk to the front porch. Again, breaking and weakening that rhythm. Material change. Cheek walls, or traditional cheek walls, are gone. Now here's one that's really out there. I mean, this certainly that makes the point that instead of doing something to create uniformity, this is going toward individuality. Okay. Next.
So I will note that I'm just gonna pause for just a second. It's 2 o'clock. I understand we might have some commissioners that might have to leave. If you do, I completely understand. I think what we'll do is wrap up this conversation, maybe about walkways, and then I will try to find a creative solution to discuss the commercial guidelines with maybe a couple of you at a time. Maybe we can have a couple of conference calls with staff and we can approach it that way, if that's okay. Okay? All right. John, sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
Okay, that's pretty much the points that I wanted to try to make is think about the entry sequence, think about the parts that mark those important transitions from public to private. Again, I think the material battle is over with. I just don't see a solution. I don't see the HDC making everybody change back to concrete. So if we can maintain the major points of that sequence, that would be great. Maybe that's something the guideline people can work with, the guideline consultants.
Thank you so much for your presentation on walkways, John. That was helpful.
Well, it's just more of the same old, same old.
Yeah.
Hope it wasn't too boring.
You're never boring. Hey, John, Phil Goodwin, our Commissioner Phil Goodwin has something he wants to say.
Sure. So based on what John just said, does that mean that we might want to change the guidelines? Because of the last meeting, we had the guideline replace like material for like material, which was concrete again, and they were using stone. So 8.2 number 7 might need to be adjusted for that reason.
Are we changing our guidelines according to, where are we with our walkway guidelines at this point?
This is where we're at. We can't talk about the case from last month. They're still in an appeal period.
Right.
But we can talk in general about some of the information submitted by previous applicants, pointing out the wide variety of walkways in Dilworth between bluestone and brick and concrete. And I think what we need is something a little more specific, right? Like if our guidelines clearly say retain historic walkways.
Okay, so this is, okay.
So if we feel like the cows have been let out of the barn on this issue already, which has been very much demonstrated by past recent applications we've seen. One point of discussion we wanted to have is how we can maybe make our guidelines a little more specific. This might be a point to Kim's point, and maybe Jessica's point of things that are coming to the commission that maybe we can pass back to staff. This might be a really good opportunity to pass questions of walkways back to staff. And based on my conversations with John, it was more, maybe it's not so focused on the materiality of the walkway, but rather the width of the walkway, the solid to void. We have a lot of people who are wanting to do gravel with the little stepping stones. That is much more mid-century. Maybe for Oaklawn Park, that would be great, but not so much Dilworth. We have the solid walkways. So maybe it's a retain solid walkways, use traditional masonry, whether it is concrete, whether you are doing brick, whether you are doing bluestone or slate. The other thing we can talk about is patterns. Like, do we want to get into, there are ashlar patterns of setting out slate. There are the irregular patterns. There is stamped concrete that is stamped to look like brick or stamped to look like stone. What do we want to see, and if you can be very definitive with that, and that the cheek walls are the important thing, the width are the important thing, the solidness, the non-synthetic materials, like things like that you can be very specific, we can help craft a guideline that could provide more clarity to the residents and allow staff to sign off on these things much quicker.
My opinion may not be.
Hold on, one at a time. Phil is ready to talk, and we will call on PJ next.
I would just say, I think all those details should be bounded by what's already in the guidelines. Ensure that the character is in the context of the project. The new material is compatible with the character of the context of the project. So once again, as was pointed out, never mind, I won't mention that case again, but I think it needs to be appropriate to the context.
PJ?
I would, and I'm sure my opinion is not shared on this one. I'm of the opposite. I'm of the use historic materials, right? But these walkways are, I consider it more of a landscape feature. It's a way to kind of dress it up. It's a walkway. It's easily changed. as long as we use historical materials, and fine, you keep the width the same, go for it. So I'm not opposed to the gravel with the stone, or, concrete that's poured with grass, in between the seams, or I don't know, easily changed. Give the homeowner some, poetic license, as long as they use poetic materials, and then maybe put a guideline or two. It's a walkway. That's kind of where I am. But obviously, we want to put the right bounds. I'm kind of more, I'm on the less is more with the walkway. It's a walkway.
And I'm just saying, every deviation breaks down the historic character, rhythm. But
my point is, 80 or 90 years ago, we started with these deviations, right? There is nothing consistent on how walkways were done, walls were done, using a cheek wall or not to use a cheek wall.
Well, I would say.
Hold on. I want to add another voice to this conversation, and then John, you jump in, and then Damon. So first, let's go with Jessica, okay?
These are from Zach.
Thank you. It is, let me start by saying it's really important to me that we kick these applications to staff. I don't think that we can be spending the time in our meetings or making other applicants wait for these type of applications to get through. Personally, I think the first exhibit in John's presentation was fantastic about how the street room reads and how that relates to the context. Because this one, the sequence one, because that's really what we're trying to preserve. And so I am 100% with PJ on this. The materials, landscape elements are totally reversible, and this has to be more about what's already in our guidelines. Orientation would speak to not changing the configuration of it, right? Like these curvilinear walks, if they weren't original, wouldn't become curvilinear, right? They would be straight the way the original configuration was. There was one that we looked at ages ago that was, I cannot remember what district it was in, but they wanted a really wide Great Herringbone walkway, and their original was very narrow, and I think it got denied, but that had to do with configuration, right? I mean, changing the concrete walk to brick shouldn't be such a big issue. That should be a staff thing since it's reversible, but the configuration of going from a narrow kind of private, semi-private walk to a very wide, very public walk really does speak to what's already in our guidelines. I am also not concerned about synthetic materials personally. I think if we were going to prohibit synthetic materials and landscape elements, we would have to revisit our guidelines about hardy plank and other synthetic materials too, because those are much more permanent in nature. But I'd love for this to go back to staff, and I would love for us to just reference these landscape items using the language we already have in our guidelines about orientation, size, scale, massing, configuration, all of that, directional expression. I think we can lean on what we already have, and staff can kick it to us when they feel like those guidelines have been violated, but can review all of these applications independently.
Thanks, Jessica. And so John, and then Damon.
Yeah, I guess I would think, for instance, on this street where most of those photographs were taken, I would say 95 to 100% of the entry seat, when these were first built, they were just like those traditional examples that I showed. Now, when you get up to something like East Boulevard, you have larger properties. That's where you have your roll curbs and your corner pedestals that the roll curb kills into and things like that. I don't disagree that there are variations. I'm sensing, I have a very strong sense that this guideline is going to have to change, that it's simply untenable to require people to use concrete like they did originally. But I would hate to see the other important elements of these entry sequences, which are repetitive, fall by the wayside. That's my major concern.
Damon?
So I agree 100% with PJ that the material isn't, and with John, it sounds like. That material should be up to staff, let them go ahead and approve it, but I do think that it should be a historic material, that we shouldn't allow Bowmanite stamped concrete or we shouldn't allow the modular pavers that are concrete pavers. But anything short that can be done with natural materials, I think are fine. I think also the sequencing is really important. I agree. And which leads us to the final most important piece of that sequencing, and that's the front porch. And I think we seem to even question the fact that the front porch can be enclosed. And so I'm just using this opportunity to say it shouldn't. So thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Damon.
Amen.
We've had a couple applications this past year for reopening front porches, and staff's always so excited when those come through. Yeah. And I think materials as far as front porches go, might need to be another conversation. We're receiving also increasing applications for historic concrete front porches that are just concrete with maybe a brick edge or just raw concrete. Let's add some bluestone on top of that. So, I think that's a different story than a easily changed sidewalk, but that might be a discussion for another time.
Yeah, because that's the actual structure.
Right.
Yeah.
When you do that, add the painting of that front porch wood.
Will do.
The wood.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So I know everyone was super generous with giving us these extra few hours today to both hear cases and talk about guidelines. I will be in touch through email about timing for our hopefully extra meeting in April, and also for setting up maybe some either one-on-one or two-on-one directed conversations about the commercial guidelines and any other topic related to the guidelines that you want to discuss with staff.
I
So
think it would be so awesome if we dealt with commercial the way we dealt with demolitions. Remember when we had our little group?
oh yeah,
Yeah, because I think, a few heads together are better than maybe just one.
well, I was going to talk with everybody.
Oh, okay.
Like I was planning on just having kind of some, maybe like calling you and Damon and having a conversation, and then
If we could have little groups.
little mini groups.
Because usually what someone says sparks an idea in someone else.
And staff would be the continuity, and
Yeah.
we would say, okay, well, we heard this from these people.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
That's a great
And
idea.
I'll run it by our attorney, but I'm pretty sure I can do that.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great weekend.